All right. Should be live now on Twitch. My recording is started. Has started. I see myself on Twitch. Looks like a pretty good sign. Retro MMO, sad face. Am I seeing this right here? I'm seeing Retro MMO's chat in the Stream Manager on Twitch, but I'm not seeing it in Streamlabs. Okay, now I'm seeing it. Retro MMO, what's going on? All right, let's see. Maybe it was too early for that chat message. Retro MMO sent a sad face. I guess that's because I started like 5 minutes too late. Actually, technically, like 8 minutes. Yeah, 8 minutes too late. Whew. All right. Well, welcome everyone. That is Retro MMO and Bekitty, I think, so far. That's everyone. Yeah, we'll do a little proper intro here. Welcome everyone to terrible, awful JavaScript game development. I'm your host, Jared, aka Duranosaur, but you can just call me Jared. Duranosaur is too many syllables and sounds a little weird. Whoa, follow. Already, I didn't even know people were watching. T-Voy R Kalama. Thanks for the follow, T-Voy. I'll go with just T-Voy. That's kind of a cool sound. A cool sounding name there. Yeah, thanks for the follow, T-Voy. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out and watching. I just got the stream started like 3 minutes ago. So I'm just giving my introduction. So yeah, thanks for the follow, T-Voy. And I saw an offline follow from Pasta Race. So thank you, Pasta Race. I'll be sure to thank you again if you pop your head in the chat at some point. But yeah, as I was saying, we're doing awful JavaScript game development this morning. We're working on my game Populus, which is actually live. You can play it right now, populus.gg. If you, populus.gg, there it is. It's live. We just launched the tutorial yesterday. So if anyone's new, hasn't seen the game yet, I'd like you to try the tutorial and let me know. Let me know if it if it works for explaining how to play the game. So, because I did the tutorial kind of to the best of what I thought would explain the gameplay to people, but it would be nice to get some feedback. I was hoping I could test the tutorial out on some family members in real life. I didn't get that chance. I didn't get it done in time to do that, but I still might do that at some point. But yeah, if anybody new is kind of curious in the game, you can go to populus.gg. That's the website, the domain of the website. And yeah, try the tutorial. Let me know if it explains the game well enough that you can play. That would be much appreciated. But yeah, now that we finished the tutorial, we're getting started on the multiplayer work. Because the point of Populus is that it's a multiplayer game. You're racing another person. It's about popping bubbles in a certain amount of time. At least that's what it is right now. So it's kind of a race. Who you go head-to-head, one-on-one versus another player, and then it's just, it's a matter of, okay, who can pop the most bubbles in this certain amount of time. It's very possible some of that stuff might change. Some of the gameplay might change. So I'm kind of keeping things loose for now. But I think I've got a good goal, a good target of what I want to hit right now. So yeah, without further ado, I guess we'll just dive right in. Oh, I got a message here quick. 1 second. All right. Sorry. No more phone. Well, unless my wife texts me, then I should probably check it. Otherwise, she'll hop in the chat and try to tell me to check my phone. So, what I was doing some stuff right before we went live here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new Git branch for the multiplayer. And if my Git skills are correct, I need to do git stash because I've tweaked a couple files here, and I want to save those. I want to pull those changes over. And okay, so we need to do git checkout -b, and then we need to do multiplayer. Yeah, that'll be good for now. We'll just have a new branch called multiplayer. Beautiful. And then what do I do? Git stash apply. Git stash apply. Is that it? No, that's not right. Git stash list, git stash show, git stash. Oh, it's pop or apply. I guess I could just do git stash pop. Okay, yeah, and then that's okay. All right, so we got our changes, my little tweaks I made. So I wanted to do let's see here. Yeah, I made some changes to my server script, my node server script, or the starting script. So I'm just going to get rid of this for right now. We're going to do that again, and I'm going to get rid of that. We'll revisit that at some point. So now I am going to basically, the game so far has just been, I did add multiplayer support. I should preface by saying I did add multiplayer support. Kind of to my previous game mode. It was just very basic, but at least I kind of had a little proof of concept working with WebSockets and everything, and it was, it was good enough at that point in time. So I'm going to kind of use a bit of that code that already exists as the foundation, and I'm going to kind of just make it a little more robust. And what the code I was working on then, or like the kind of the API, the client server communication API, was kind of basic and not really meant to be taken too seriously for like the production version of the game. So that'll be something we need to work on. But for now, I at least want to kind of just get my code back to working with the WebSocket stuff, because all of that was kind of removed from the current client And by removed, I basically just mean I've commented out the lines of code that were used for that. So it shouldn't be too hard to get us back up and running. And then my actual like server code, which is all these files here in my little server folder, haven't even been used at all. So like the current populus.gg right now, if you go there, basically it's just a static HTML file and a static JavaScript file that get downloaded to your browser, and then they run. And so the entire game, the entire Populus game right now is just runs in the browser. So there's no application server, no whatever. I mean, it's just a web server serving out those static files. So I kind of, yeah, because for the initial test version, I didn't, obviously there's no multiplayer, so I didn't have any application server. There was no reason to really have it right now because the entire game was basically just played in the browser. So first thing first is kind of just re-enabling that code that I've had and try to get our client kind of communicating now with our WebSocket server. So I'm going to look at couple of things here. I think the application is the first thing. Retro MMO late. Yeah, I know. Like 8 minutes. I realize that's unacceptable. But yeah. Well, what's going on, Evan? How are you doing this fine morning? I'm often like 2 hours late. Oh, so it's cool. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that was one of the things when I was streaming. Like, I was like, how like strict? Like, I was kind of a little. I'm good. Hype about stuff going on with retro. Sweet. I was reading through the patch notes, your patch notes the other day. By the other day, I mean yesterday. And I saw you upped the max level to 5, the max experience level, right? Is that? I'm not using the right word. The max XP level to 5 or whatever. So I was like, oh sweet, I gotta play and get up to 5 ASAP. I didn't do it yet, but yeah, you're really making a lot of good progress. Yeah, how we had a little content patch. Nice. Yeah, and I saw you swapped out the pumpkins for turkeys or whatever. Those pumpkins were a pain to kill. Like those often really got me. I could only like do like one pumpkin fight, then I had to go like stash the gold and then sleep. And then go back and rinse and repeat. But yeah, I'm doing good. We're starting multiplayer today, so yeah, we're diving in. All right, so let's see here. So my application, this is my client application file, and actually, I did a little cool thing. Here yesterday. Well, I think it's cool. It's probably pretty lame. In actuality, it's probably pretty lame. But do I even want to do it? Before I went live with the tutorial, which we basically finished at the end of yesterday's stream, but I had to do a little bit of finishing up some stuff, and there was one thing that we skipped doing during the stream. So I had to do a couple of things before we went live with it. So I ended up going live with it, a little off stream. And I did a little debugging thing that basically would print to the screen the number of event listeners. So actually, I think I just have to uncomment a couple of lines here. So like my game engine is very event driven. That's kind of the main thing. So components that really don't have any idea about each other, or that kind of lets two like game objects or entities kind of not really have to have any sort of way to talk to each other than just like one of them will fire an event and then the other one will listen to it, right? So the way I achieve that is I have like a global event handler object, event emitter object. So what I ended up doing, like before I debuggable mix-in, is this how you do it? Yes. So this should, nope. Event emitter, oh, okay. Well, so what I was going to show, what I ended up doing is I wanted to do a little thing to test for like any leaky events, like any events that, what made you decide to design your engine that way? Well, actually, it was kind of the game. And part of it was like, I've never really done a game engine before. I mean, I've done little games, but they've just kind of been obviously little one-offy kind of things. So for me at the time, it kind of made sense that would be the way I would do it. You know, I was kind of just looking at, okay, what are my needs for this game? And I ended up with that, basically. Now, at the same time, I feel like this game could probably work just fine without some sort of event-drivenness. But I kind of liked just the idea of, okay, I can just like throw a new component into, like a component, like for example, a button or something. I can throw that into, I can like write the code for that and it listens to events, but it doesn't screw anything else up. So like it, you know, none of the other code, none of the other stuff cares about it. You just plug this element in and it listens to events. And if, you know, events fired, then it will do something. But it's like none of the other code, like I could just add things into the game. It's a very modular way. Like I could just add something into the game and then have it listen to a specific event. And then that way there's just like not, I really liked that idea versus like maybe having some sort of, well, that makes it kind of nice because I can avoid like things, maybe a lot of like, if I add a new component, then maybe I have to like, if I wasn't doing this event system, then I'd have to like refer to that component some other way, that entity, like some other code would have to know about that thing to add it and do something with it. Basically is what I'm saying. So it's really kind of nice for a simple game. I don't know how much this would scale. Like if I was trying to do an MMO or something, a retro MMO, if I was trying to do like some much bigger scale game, I don't know how it would really hold up in that sense, but for something just very simple and basic, I think it works pretty well. So what I did yesterday, and actually I realized I had one issue with the tutorial where I had a leaky thing where I wasn't destructing a certain object that was part of our tutorial, and it kept adding event listeners, which is kind of a memory leak thing, because then there's no way to actually like go back and remove that. Each entity in the game is responsible for pulling out its event listeners. So I just created a little thing here, which I don't know how big that text looks. Maybe I can make that bigger. I have memory growth stuff like that in my engine too. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, in some cases, it's probably not a big thing or not a big deal, but I'll show, let me see if I can make this. It's not significant enough to need a refactor yet for me. I gotcha. Yeah. I also reboot nightly, which cleans it. Nice. Yeah, and that's, and I mean, and at this point, I'm just talking about client stuff too. Like, I'm not even talking about the server. And in fact, I don't even think the server will follow. This is all just like the client side stuff. And I know, like in your case, Evan, your client is pretty dumb, right? Like it's a lot more like, okay, I'm going to send my thing to the server and then do something, whatever. Whereas this, I have like a ton of, like right now, all the logic's in the client. There is no server. Well, that's what we're doing right now, is working on a server. There technically is a server because, yes, I did do that and for a previous game mode and everything and multiplayer and WebSocket and blah, blah, blah. So I did all of that, but currently with the live version of Populus, there's none of that is there. What was I going to do? Change this, maybe bump this up here. But a while ago, I added like a little debug kind of view thing that made it really nice for me to like print different strings to the screen. So you're just hosting static HTML or made a small web server? Yes, it's just static HTML right now. It won't be very soon, but it will be an actual Node.js app. But I didn't do the web server with Node or anything right now, so it is, you know, not Node right now. So I have this little thing now where I can print like live values to the screen. So this is kind of cool. Well, I did this a while ago, but basically I just added in that I was showing my event listeners. So it's kind of cool to see. So this 28 is kind of like our baseline event listeners for inside of the main menu. And this is not the number of events. There's maybe like 10 unique types of events right now. But then that's the total number of event listeners. So what that was letting me do is kind of, you know, so once we launched the game, you can see we're up to 72, 68. So the number kind of flutters around, which is kind of cool to see. So like as you play, that number is obviously changing. And again, this is all just client side stuff. And then, you know, we go back to the main menu and we should hit that baseline 28. So the problem I had yesterday was when you hit the tutorial, you know, obviously our number goes up, a bunch of stuff happens. And then when we quit the tutorial, it would show 29. You did the tutorial again, then you go back, and it would be 30. Then you hit the tutorial and go back, and 31. So like every time you launched the tutorial, like one event listener wasn't getting removed. And what it ended up being was my entity that was the animation for the text here. So like so it was just a little stupid mistake. Unfortunately, it took me a lot longer than I would like to admit to figure it out. But it was basically the entity that's doing the animation for the text there that I wasn't destructing when you would quit the tutorial. So now that that's there, we're good to go. That's kind of nice. It would be cool. I was thinking it would be cool to build like a little graph thing. It's like you have like a little, you could draw, because like you see this number like flickering all around like when you actually play the game, right? Like there we just jumped up to 80. So it'd be kind of cool. I mean, if the game ever demanded that we could maybe like graph the event listener count over time, like that'd be kind of cool, like a little scrolling graph bar or something that would be kind of cool. But I don't really need that. I just kind of need something to give me like my baseline number of events and that sort of thing. So yeah, here we are back at 28. So yeah, I just thought I would share that. So I ended up doing that yesterday off stream. Now I need to undo what I did. I'm gonna let's comment this line out. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now I want to get rid of this. And this. I think that's all I needed to do to clean all that up. Nice. All right. So now, I had a little too much coffee this morning. I'm a little jittery. So now let's actually look at enabling our WebSocket stuff again. So basically, like I've already got this WebSockets wrapper class here that kind of just parses through the events that would come in from the server over WebSockets. So right now I'm just looking at the client code. And, you know, parses whatever messages come in from the server and, you know, does the correct thing. Fires, in other words, fires the appropriate game event because of that. So right now, this isn't being used at all in the client code. So we kind of need to enable that again. So I basically have these lines commented out where we do... Here I'm instantiating my singleton objects that the full app uses. So these are the objects that basically live, you know, as long as the web page is up, these things need to live. So like the thing that handles actually drawing stuff to the screen, the thing that parses the player input, and then also now our WebSockets wrapper that parses messages from the server. So we do that now, and if we refresh, actually we should see that everything's okay, because now basically I've got in my development thing here, I've got a little node web server here, so that's serving just the static files to the browser, just on my local network here. And then I have, and it serves all the files individually, so like I've got a bajillion client files, not that many, but I think I've got like 60 something, 50 files, maybe 50 or 60 files. I deleted a bunch that were no longer used. But what was I saying? Yeah, so for like my development version, I serve all those files, each individual file. But then for our populus.gg, those all, I minify them and shrink them all just down into one file. And that way with development, I can just know, like, if there's an error, exactly what file happened, or exactly what line, you know, in the file that happened, which is nice. So, okay, so I actually re-enabled the singleton entity here, WebSockets wrapper, and we initialize it, and then we call the connect method, which actually connects it back up to the server. So if I refresh my browser, well, I was saying down here, I got my two little terminals here. This one is the web. This one over here is our HTTP server, just serving the client files, the index.html, and then all these client files are all the JS files. And then here is my like WebSocket, my actual like, we go to my server folder here. So I've got all this dumb client, which has the index.html, and then the scripts has all those individual client JavaScript files. And then I just have some old client, old files here for me to reference. And then we've got server and server old, obviously, for old server files. But then inside the server, we just got a few files here. And then that is the main.js. And then basically you just need to run that. You do node main.js, and that kicks it off. I do have a little start server script here that just automatically reruns the main.js on changes. And I'm going to have a few other little things with that. But it's pretty basic structure, just kind of vanilla, not a whole lot going on. But yeah, so I have that main.js here. So we see these apps started, a bunch of those printed. That's kind of small text there, I know. But so now when we refresh our client, we should see Nope. WebSockets wrapper is not defined in application init. Okay, so we got a problem there. Application.js. Oh, yeah, I didn't uncomment the import for that. So we need to go here, do that. And then, oh, let's comment this out. Okay, unclass cannot read property URL of undefined at website. Oh, I removed the URL. That's right. So that's something, or it's commented out, I guess. All right, I'm going to close a bunch of this junk here now that we don't need. Don't need that, probably. Don't need that. All right, so we've got a little WebSockets object in our config that just holds the URL, which is just my local IP and port. All right, so now everything's working. It says you're connected in the client console here, and down here in our server we see player connected. So that's kind of cool. But now we actually need to figure out, well, we need to do some restructuring things. And I'm going to take a small bathroom break while I ponder what I'm going to do. So we'll be right back. Whoops, notepad. Be right back. Exclamation point. There we go. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. So, yeah, so the first thing we need to kind of figure out, well, let's look at our server code here. So, basically, I just kind of have some really rough kind of code here. Okay. We've got our application.js is, I guess, a singleton. Yes. Okay. So it's a singleton on the server. Now I'm looking at server code here. So actually, I'm going to go back to what I did, what I used to do. Way back when I started streaming, I was actually working on the multiplayer code for like my previous game mode. So I'm going to do what I did with that, which was I always have my client code over here and my server code here, mostly because that just helps keep my own head straight of what I'm looking at. So I'm going to do that from now on. So, well, at least for right now. So we'll keep the client here. We'll keep the server code here. So the application class here is a singleton object. So I believe basically this is the same exact thing on, basically this is like the same kind of thing on the client where we import, well, in this case I'm using just node require. We import the application JS file and we initialize it. So this init is technically different from what the client side does, but yeah. So anyway, we don't really need to look at main at all, but we want to look at our application class here. So what this does is this kind of sets up the WebSocket server here. And then we do some event setup here for the server. So on our connection, I believe this, okay, so that is a WebSocket object. So that comes in, we do some stuff. So this is when a new player connects, basically. So on a new connection to the server, we create a new player. We instantiate a new player object. And we have an array of all of our players. And then it does, okay, so it does, I have this method attached to a player called sendNote. And I just kind of did that to have something, you know, whatever, very basic. But basically just send a message to the client that the client needs to print on the screen. So like, let's look at our player object here quick. I'm going to minimize the client. Okay, so so I just even left in here to do this is just for testing. So you pass in a string and then it sends it to that client. So the player object is very simple. It just has that WebSocket, and then if the player is in a match, which actually that's not even being used, because maybe it is being used. Let's look at player.match. Okay, so that is getting set. So hang on a sec. All right. So yeah, so the way I do a lot of this stuff is it's kind of, I don't know. A lot of this is kind of annoying. All of the WebSocket stuff is basically just JSON. So any like object, so basically anything that we're instructing the client to do, we basically have some command object, and then we are stringifying it, and then passing that down the WebSocket. So I'd like to get away from that. I'd like to actually get into doing, because there's not a lot of like crazy things that really need to happen. So I think what I'm going to end up doing is actually using like actually just sending the raw bytes to the client, to the back and forth between the client and the server, just to kind of squeeze performance, maximize performance. There won't be any JSON parsing, string parsing and checking and blah, blah, blah. There won't be any of that then. It'll just be like just checking if a single byte, has whatever value. So I feel like that'll help kind of performance and everything. And that'll remove, like however long this stringify, method takes, or the inverse JSON.parse method takes. We'll just remove all of that dealing with strings just out of the equation. But for now, I think we'll probably still stick with our JSON stringify just for ease of use for the moment. But let's look at, I feel like the way that our application is already set up on the server is probably good enough. So like we've got, so on a normal message, so this is the server again, server code is here, client code is here. So on a typical message from our WebSocket, we parse the message because it's a string. So then our message is now a JavaScript object. And then I've got a switch case here to look at whatever the request is. Badger, it's back and hanging out. Welcome back, Badger. And I guess he's going for record mistake numbers here. So, or to teach me new lingo. Nice, you got the tutorial up. Sick. Yes. Yes. What does sick mean? Yeah. 2 Ks on the end. Can't. Yeah, can you be a little more clear on that, Badger? Just, it's like sick, like an extra, you pronounce that. Is that a silent K on the end? Yeah, I'm actually, speaking of the tutorial, I'm liking this layout, the way that this just looks a lot more. Obviously it was very empty with just before it was just Populus and then a play button. So it was just kind of very empty, ton of white space. And this is, still a ton of white space, but it feels a little better now. So I'm a big fan of this. Well, I'm a fan of this. I won't say I'm a big fan. There's some stuff I want to tweak here, but we'll call this good for now. So basically in here, I've just got a little switch case, and anytime, so the current messages from the client are always going to have a request property. So again, this message string, this just comes in as a string of bytes from the WebSocket, and then we parse that, so we turn that into a message object, which it doesn't really mean anything. But then, by convention, I'm just saying that every message that the client sends to the server will have a request property, and then we just do a switch case on whatever those requests are. So we've got a case for find match as a string. We've got a quit match. We've got a bubble popped and a cursor drag stopped. Now, basically, find match and quit match are going to stay the same. But cursor drag stopped is going to go away, and bubble popped is going to go away. So these are going to be replaced with, because basically what I was doing, this was what I was explaining before, is my really hacky way of the client, it was not hacky, but it was just very, we'll say insecure. Like the server wasn't like doing anything to verify what happened. So like the client would, when you pop the bubble in the browser, the client would just send a bubble popped message. And then when you pop the bubble, right? So it would just send that to the server. And obviously that's just not very like a secure way, because you could just go in and just send a bunch of bubble popped messages to the server and yada yada, you know, like that. That's I did that more or less just to kind of have something working that I could just see, you know, and just test at home. So like this is going to be going away, and then also this cursor drag stopped is going to be going away. And then what will happen instead is the client is just going to pass in like mouse input events to the server. So basically any mouse movement events and any mouse click events will just go straight to the server, and then it'll pass in like the position and everything of the cursor. So that's cool. But that means then the server, obviously, this is kind of an on-demand basis currently. So like the client says, when you go to the web page, the client connects. And then, our server on connection fires, blah, blah, blah. And then on message doesn't fire until like the player clicks the button to start a new game. So then you'd have find match, and that would fire off. And then basically once a match started, the server would just keep track of the players sending in bubble popped messages. So it's just on demand. There's no like tick rate or anything like that. And we're more or less going to keep kind of an on-demand thing, but it'll now be the client sending input events, which is going to be happening, and that's going to have to be like kind of rate limited or like set to a fixed rate that would be sent to the server. So some of that will require a little bit of research and figuring out, you know, maybe what's the best way to do that. And I plan to do a lot of like little testing and everything, kind of having fun with that. Just in development here on my computer here, but yeah, so that's kind of that. Well, that sort of thing will be a lot of fun to get into, doing all that kind of testing and messing around with that. So what I think I actually need to do first, and I've got some other stuff set up here for like if the close event that comes in through the WebSocket. So like if you close out of the tab, this will show up, I think. Or if I refresh, I believe that'll work. So even if I refresh this page right now, we should see player closed connection. No, never mind. A new player connected. Okay. But then I believe I've got like a little timer that will disconnect the other player. I'm waiting. Is it like 30 seconds or something? I'm waiting. Thought I did something like that. Maybe not. We've been probably beyond 30 seconds now. Okay. Oh, maybe that only happens once you start a game. A match or something. There's like a check. Yeah, that might be. Oh, actually, I've got that code right here that's commented out, I think. Yeah, so there's a little check in here, I guess a little 5-second check to, let's see if I just re-enable this, if I uncomment this code here. We'll see what, okay, so the server already restarted. Okay, so player connected. Then if I, if I refresh the client now, ws.terminate is not a function. Okay. Why would that? Yeah, I guess there's a reason why I have this commented out. But basically that little check, this little set interval here was just to check every 5 seconds for dead players, like any players that wouldn't respond to a ping. But we'll leave that out for right now. So that way, like if you refresh your browser, it would disconnect that WebSocket. So, but otherwise, like if I actually forcefully, like if I close a tab, it should work. So like if I refresh, player connected, if I close the tab, then player closed connection, and I'm on, this tab has the actual, there we go. So like if I actually close the tab, the WebSocket closes properly, whatever, through the browser. However the browser does that. And I guess if I close the whole window, that works as well. So so we need to, I'm trying to think of the best place to start here, because I kind of have some existing code that will need to be kind of re-configured, figured out what we need to do. Let's look at the client side here. So the client is also doing a very similar thing, where I have my actual entity event listeners that are part of being an entity object on the client. And that has basically these, is this the, okay. So just these events here. We've got match wait started, player quit match, bubble popped, cursor drag stopped, draw finished. So this is events that the client throws, and then the WebSockets wrapper has listeners for each of those events, for each thing that happened, right? So like a bubble popped event, whatever. So like some of these are going to go away. Like our bubble popped and our cursor drag stopped. Those will go away. And they'll be replaced in favor with the mouse movement and the mouse input update events. So yeah, and then so for the draw finished event, so that's the event that fires every frame. We parse through any incoming messages from the server, any incoming WebSocket messages. And like if the message that came in was a note, then we print that to the console. If it was match started, then it starts the match. If there was a match ended, then it has a reason for why the match ended, like if the other player quit or whatever. So I kind of already set a lot of this stuff up kind of nicely. And then this was all set up for my previous game mode, which had like rounds. So like a match was like the one game you played with the player, but it was like round based. So you'd have like 20 something rounds in a match. So that's why there's a match started, but there's also like a round started kind of thing. So now that's going to go away, and that'll be replaced with like kind of our on-demand bubble generation. Like if we play right now, like as you play, the server will generate new bubbles and then send those down to the client. That sort of thing. So wow, just missed there, huh? Anyway. So yeah, I guess first things first, I probably need to clean up the client code here a bit and figure out how exactly I want to, because now I need to get rid of like the match kind of references. So I want to look at the application now. So our application is our top level singleton object that kind of just manages the whole game, the state of the whole game. So we've got a match property of that, and that's been kind of replaced with marathon. But I kept the match around because, which marathon is our current like game mode gameplay object, and match no longer exists. Like I was saying before, that was kind of because every game was technically treated as a match, and then with every match you had many rounds. So now the marathon kind of gets rid of that because it's all kind of just one game. It's how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. There are no rounds or any sort of structure like that. Gameplay structure, I'll say. So I've got some code that all refers to match. And I mean, maybe match is kind of a name I'll keep, I guess. And I kind of have like some ways to like differentiate between. So when a match actually gets started, there'll be a Boolean that comes in that says whether it's a practice match or not. And again, this is old code that doesn't exist anymore, or like there's no match class anymore. I've moved that into one of my client old folders, but I can refer to it if I need to. So like the way you know a match started event would fire whether you did a practice mode, a single player mode, or a multiplayer mode, and then it would just be a matter of passing in a Boolean practice match, true, false, and then that would then do different things based upon to actually set up all the gameplay stuff. It would blah, 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 do different things, you know, whether or not you're playing single player or multiplayer. Like if you're playing single player, there's no reason to send any data to the server. I mean, at some point in time, there might be, like, if this gets more interesting to say, like, okay, well, we're going to, like, save stats and practice modes and whatever. Maybe something like that, but I don't really have any reason to do something like that right now. So this is where I need to kind of re-configure things, because we kind of have this, like, we've got this match started event, which I believe, yeah, this would, okay, so that had like, I guess this was uncommented originally, and so was this, so I can uncomment these now. Yeah, I'm going to clean up some of this other stuff here. Okay, so we've got all right, so this was our original match started. So whether or not it was a practice match was passed in as a Boolean, and then we passed that in when we constructed a new match. And then we'd initialize the match, and then Okay, WebSockets wrapper, I guess, had a Boolean practice match property. And I guess maybe we'll keep that, yeah. And I have a to-do here. Think more about if this is a good idea. Gotta love helpful comments. So basically, I think what our WebSockets wrapper is doing is like, if the player was in a practice match, then it wouldn't send data to the server. If it's just a practice match, all the stuff's just happening on the client. No reason to worry about, we're not playing competitive mode against another player. So there's no reason to send any data to the server. So that was kind of like, I guess that's referred to certain places here. Oh, it looks like that was, I never even enabled that for this event here. Again, this code that's here right now it's going to go away and that sort of thing. But yeah, so that just had like a top level Boolean to say, okay, I'm not going to actually listen to these events. And I guess that's because, so basically like the WebSockets wrapper always is listening to cursor drag stopped events, game events, but then just checking if the player's in a practice match, and I'm not going to send any data to the server. So maybe there's a better way we could do that. Like maybe we could unhook those event listeners. We only listen to those events on demand. That might be the better way to do it. At the time, this was just kind of the simple thing that I implemented to handle this. And honestly, it's really not that big a deal to just have a little if statement in there. But I'd rather not, because especially now that we're going to be sending like mouse input, like sending mouse movement updates, so a lot of data to the server, a lot of data relative to what we've had before, then I'm probably not going to be wanting to when you're just doing a practice mode, probably not going to want to be listening to every single mouse movement and like doing something based upon that. Just kind of a wasted at CPU cycles, we'll say. So we'll get to that when we get to it. But yeah, so let's look at what else we've got here. Okay. So did I get rid of all those other events? Oh, actually, that might not. All right, so there was an in-game menu thing that was set type practice match. So in-game menu can emit a proper match event for practice or versus. Okay, so that doesn't really exist anymore. There's no in-game menu object. Yeah, actually now if I do this, this is gonna break everything, right? Maybe not. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of this line here because I just want to keep this kind of for my reference for me to be able to refer to everything that should be going on. So I guess I've got this other little line for if we're in a practice match, then start. So this round started, I believe our match object was listening to round started, and then the match would create a new round right away if the player did a practice match. So if not in a practice match, then we were waiting for the server to fire off to send us the data for the round, and then so in other words, the WebSockets wrapper would be emitting the round started event. And that's what the second property is right here, or parameter is right here, actually. If the round comes from the round started is emitted from the WebSockets wrapper. So if the server's sending in our round data, then let's see. So draw finish note round started. Yeah. So if the server sent a round started message to the client, then the WebSockets wrapper would emit round started, and then here this round def would be like the actual positions of the bubbles and everything for that given round. And again, we don't have round-based gameplay anymore. That's all gone. So there's that. There's a score as well that would get passed in from the server. and there's no score anymore, because score was like basically how many rounds have you won versus how many rounds has your opponent won in the game. So that's also not a thing anymore. Basically, it'll just be, there'll be like another message that gets sent in from the server that's got like the amount of bubbles the other player has popped, and that'll be kind of like the only data we get about the other player. And then I guess at the end of the actual game, because like so what it'll be is like as you're playing, you will, you'll be going as fast as you can popping, and the other player's going as fast as they can popping. And then there'll also be like some little indicator maybe showing the other player relative to you, like how many bubbles they've popped, like relative to you. So whether or not they're, a few bubbles ahead of you or bubbles behind, some amount of bubbles behind you, there'll be like maybe like a little, little slider. Like there might be like a little bar, like let's just take the little timer bar here, for example. So right now this is the timer, but just imagine like this is like, maybe there's a little circle in here that's representing your position, representing where you are currently. And then in number of bubbles popped, let's just say. So your position doesn't move relative to this little rectangle or something. But then you would see another little ball that would resemble your opponent. And you would see that they're like either right behind you, because they're like 5 bubbles behind you. So you would maybe see that their dot is behind you. And then, or if they're ahead of you, then they might be down below. So anyway, yeah, that's basically all I was saying about that. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so having this new it'll be a little bit more simplified of a game mode, which is nice. No longer having things round based. Yeah, so I might end up even just scratching a whole bunch of this code. I might even just delete all of this just to make it like way simpler. Some of these things, is this? Okay, so our WebSockets wrapper is listening to events now, right? Oh, but this event's never getting fired. All right. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. We'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. All right, I am back. Retro MMO, rewrite all the codes. This is game dev from scratch. Yes. Yeah. We're going to rewrite everything. But seriously, a lot of this stuff is pretty much going away anyway, so it kind of makes sense to just kind of start bunch of this stuff from scratch. A bunch of these events don't even exist anymore. And I don't even know if I care about looking at this stuff right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to do like a, I'm going to make a copy of this WebSockets wrapper file. We're going to paste it into the client old file. So that way I have that just in case I need to look at something again. But I don't know what I was saying. I was talking on autopilot while I was doing something else. So, yeah, a bunch of this stuff is going away. And we're instead going to have, yeah, I'm going to keep kind of this dumb, like I was saying before, we're going to keep kind of this dumb, I'm going to use JSON for now, but we're going to get away from that. But for now, we'll go with JSON. And let's get rid of all of this. So these are the messages that are coming from the server. So I'll keep the note thing here because this is just like my log, just like my easy way to like log something on the client that comes from the server if I want to, so I can make sure like something's going through. Basically, like the server sends a message that's called note, and then it's just kind of a debug thing, but I'll keep this here. So then we're going to get rid of, yeah, this is going to go away. Oh yeah, we were doing like a server round ended, that sort of thing. All right, we're going to get rid of round started. We're going to get rid of match ended. We're going to get rid of, yeah, we're going to get rid of all of that. But then this, I think I am going to do this little Boolean thing where we're going to say practice started, practice match, true, false. So actually, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this stuff here. And then we're going to call this, I guess, again, I really should get rid of the marathon name because now I'm using it everywhere. Marathon was like the name of the new game mode, and I didn't actually want it to be, I didn't want there to be multiple game modes. There was never going to be multiple game modes, but I just started using this new name for the game mode so I could keep all my old code. So now Marathon is like no longer even a name at all. There shouldn't be a name because I'm really getting rid of the old game mode code, but whatever. So yeah, so this, okay, I guess we're going to just go with marathon started because I already have events that are named that, so I'm just going to leave that as, or wait a minute, that's not even the, actually, I'm going to keep the match name. Okay, so this is not even a game event name. This is the message from the server. This is like the message name from the server. And then let's do, so then this would emit instead a marathon started. Oh, marathon started, which is, this is a current game event. So that's what this event emitter.emit marathon started event. So then I'll keep this Boolean here. And I'd like to now actually go to our marathon started event and then see, or my marathon started event handler, because there's only one, I think. And we're going to look at what actually happens there. So we've got marathon started. Oh, sorry, this is the match started. This is the old one. I want to keep this for reference right now. But then here we've got marathon started. So this clears away the stats screen if it's already up. So that's because you could technically fire off a marathon started event from the stats screen. That's it right here. I'm right here at the stats screen. So if you hit retry, that will fire off marathon started again and then destroy the stats screen. And then, and maybe some of that stuff needs to be refactored. I don't know, but it's probably good for now. Then we start our countdown timer with a little callback to actually start the game. So the countdown timer is a little 3, 2, 1. Starting in 3, 2, 1, and then the game starts. So it just gives you like a little warm-up period instead of just clicking the play button instantly, snapping into the game. It just gives you like a little like, okay, I got a second to start. So that fires, and then that has a callback that passes that actually then sets the game up once the timer expires. And then yes, I do this whole shebang of setting up the menu button. Okay, so then this. Okay, so marathon started. We're gonna be doing. I guess I'll make this a little nicer. I'll do is practice just to make it clear that it's a Boolean. Is practice. So that's now coming in as a as a parameter. Actually, is practice true? I'm going to default to true, maybe. And then the WebSockets wrapper will explicitly set that to false, explicitly pass false here when we emit marathon started event. Okay. So that will at least set up our game. And probably all of this stuff is good enough to keep for now. The stats screen will have, after another game, the stats screen will have like competitive stats now. Like, okay, here's what you popped, here's your opponent's stats as well. So it'll like show the two things, and it'll, maybe show the winner, that sort of thing. So this stats screen thing might actually get renamed to like post-game screen or something like that. Whereas when you're in a practice, it'll just have the normal stats. But if you're in a competitive game, then it'll be, whatever the other opponent's stats and that sort of thing. So all of that stuff should kind of stay the same. So let's. Okay, so that's like the callback for quitting the game when you press the quit button. So I guess to get started, maybe to kind of kick this off, we could maybe at least do like a single player setup where the server will send data to that one player. I think kind of makes the most sense. So that way I don't really actually need to test it with 2 players, but we can just kind of make sure that the events and stuff are getting set up properly. So let's look at do I need to do anything with the practice right now? Is practice? I kind of don't think so. Oh, actually. Yes, I do. So marathon started. Do we wait for... Okay, actually, marathon started is going to come from the server. So with the server, we're going to pass in some data. So actually, the isPractice Boolean is not even going to be a thing. So it'll be more like marathon game data kind of thing. This would come in from the server then. So if the server's passing in data, then so this handler for the marathon started can be the same. If you do a practice mode, you instantly, on the click of the button, you instantly start marathon started, and then you don't pass any data. So then this would be null, right? And then our marathon create method here needs to accept the game data. And then that would basically be that like, so the bubbles and everything aren't going to be generated on the client anymore. The bubbles will get generated on the server. So this would be all the bubbles and everything. The first set of bubbles, not all the bubbles. Yeah, so let's do... So I guess let's look at the marathon create function and then kind of look a bit at create. So we would still need to do like I guess I think we'll need to have like an is practice Boolean maybe. So it'd be like this dot is practice. And then we'd have to have like is practice passed in. So then all we need to do, I kind of remember already the things that need to happen. So the bubbles will be coming in from the server. So that part kind of gets overridden if it's a practice match. The progress meter, wait, is that the timer now? Ooh. The timer callback needs to be changed. So in other words, actually, no, the timer might actually stay the same. The timer probably will still work, and that'll kind of force the client to use to continue to use its own like timer for stuff. Obviously, server will override that if somebody were to, you get into like hacking things. If somebody were to hack the timer to give you the client more time, that wouldn't really make a difference. Okay, so yeah. So all of this should still be the same, I think. And are we still? We are emitting a bubble popped event, right? Oh, actually, we don't care about that. We don't care about bubble popped anymore. All right, so so that stuff will get changed. Oof, yeah, there's going to be some interesting differences from what I had been doing before with this. All right, so first things first, we're going to have some bubbles that come in. So I guess there'd be like a check here. Bubble count. Okay, that's going to come in from the server too. So our server data is going to need to have, like, in this case, server data will have, server data dot bubbles, and then it'll be like server data. Actually, I guess that's all we need. Checkpoint interval will come in, maybe. How many bubbles per checkpoint? Maybe we can leave that out for now. So basically we're going to have like a, maybe bubble create.create is going to have, yeah, we're going to have like a create server bubble now, or create. I guess we'll have, maybe we'll call this create practice. Bubble.create practice. So let's go here. We're going to go bubble.create. And we've got a couple places where we do that. So I think we're going to call this create practice. Hang on a second. I just remembered something. Clean up. I'm just writing down something that I remembered I needed to do. All right. So, okay, so we're going to need to go to our bubble class. I want to keep that there. So we're going to go to the bubble class, and I think we're going to change this method to create practice. And then we're going to have a separate create method. So the create practice method is kind of important because it has to do first bubble ID of the current checkpoint. So it's going to have like current checkpoint bubble ID. Blah, blah, blah. This has to do a bunch of stuff. When you create a bubble, you do a bunch of stuff to make sure that it doesn't collide with other bubbles. But now on the client, when the server's sending that data, we don't care about any of that. The server has done all of that work for us already. So we're gonna have a new static create method where we're gonna take in basically ID. This is gonna be create just a single bubble, right? So we're going to take the ID, the size, the position, and the color, which I think will just be an RGB value thing, kind of shebang. So it'll be basically then const b equals new bubble, and then return b, right? Is that all that happens? We do return new bubble. Oh, we don't initialize. Oh, right. We don't actually initialize it. So we'll just basically do return new bubble. And ID will be the ID. Color will be a new color. Maybe we have to auto import that. Yes. And then it should just be that color object that came in. Maybe. Or maybe we'll do, I guess we'll do a color that's an R. Color.R. G. Color.G. B. Color.B. That might change, but we'll see. Just want to make sure that I don't miss anything else here. Then we've got radius. That will be R. I guess actually I can just call that R maybe. Radius, oh, radius units. Oh, okay. So actually, we'll have radius is going to be R units. Maybe I'll say that. Pose units. We'll say R units and pose units. So it'll be, that's right, because the server is going to be sending everything in like a generic unit space, but then we need to actually convert those to pixels. So we'll say radius will be R units times whatever the current this. And then radius units will just be R units. Then there's size, which is going to start out at 0. And then pose units will just equal pose units. And then actual pose is going to equal an X. That is pose units times canvas wrapper dot sizes. Ooh. Okay, so I'm going to do, again, pixels per unit plus canvas wrapper dot half width. All right, so I'm going to do a to-do. Okay. This is Y. Oh, so this is pose units dot X. Okay. And this will be pose units dot Y. So we multiply that and we do half height. And I'm just going to leave the way this is for now. And we're going to do the z-index 0 thing. Okay, so that should be good. I think. All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break again, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You can if you want, I guess, but... All right, we are back. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. So I should set up the create. Should actually change where I'm using the other create practice, bubble.create practice. I need to change those. So we've got marathon. So this needs to be changed to create practice. Bubbles.push. This needs to be changed to create practice. And then tutorial needs to also change this to create practice. All right, so let's go back. Oh, so we are back at the marathon here. That's great. So basically, if we have some server data, then we're going to do one thing, else we're going to do another thing. So I guess we'll actually change this to like let bubble count. And then that'll be set differently depending on if we are init the bubbles within the first checkpoint. Okay, so that is fine. So this will go up into here. And then bubble count will just be set there. Do we use bubble count anywhere else? Oh, actually, I guess not. All right, so actually we can get rid of bubble count. We don't care about that. So, oh, actually it was just for that exact reason there, I guess. And then, so then all we need to do is basically bubbles. Oh, we would do server data dot bubbles dot for each server bubble. And then it would be bubbles dot push, and then we would do bubble dot create. And then that would be like server bubble dot, server bubble dot ID, server bubble dot, let's make this not server bubble, just make it S bubble. Server bubble dot R, S bubble dot pose, S bubble dot color. I think that's about all we would do then. So now our client should still work. Maybe not. Applic. Oh, application. Okay. Marathon JS 16. Oh, yes. What? Why on earth would that come in? That's awful. That should not happen. Okay, so then is practice would basically be if server. Ooh, where are we? Where are we here? Oh. Server data equals null, instantiate it as null, and then we would do an if server data. If there's server data, then it's a practice match. Right? If there's server data, it's not a practice match. So I would just say not server data. So if it's a practice match, server data will be null, in which case we'll not null and it'll be true. Okay. Yes. So we should be good. Make sure all this stuff still works. Beautiful. Everything is still working. Okay. Yeah. So the timer, I'm going to leave the timer for now. It might just change what the event that gets set is. All right. So now we need to, I'd like to go to the server side and actually start setting up the bubbles and everything here. So I think I'll maybe do a similar kind of thing on the server where, yeah, in fact, I think I'm going to do the same exact thing. We'll do, okay, so server, we're going to create a new file, bubble.js. And we're going to pull over maybe what we've got in the bubble class here already. All right, I'm just going to copy this code over. And we're going to need like a little bit of, Okay, well, we don't have, I need to get rid of a bunch of stuff here. So all of this stuff can go away. We're not going to do export default because we're in Node and there is no export natively. So we're going to have bubble and it's not going to extend anything. And we're going to have an ID. We're going to have traversed. We're going to have popped. We are going to have... Yeah, actually, I think we are going to have something kind of like this with initialized. Pending destruction, I don't think we're going to have. Pop time, we might as well keep that. Radius units, yes, yes. Actually, this might change. We're not going to have any sort of animations, obviously. None of that. None of that. None of this. So we will have a check traversal function. And it should follow the same exact logic. Check hit. So we need to create a check hit event. So I'm going to copy that over from the client circle code. So let's open up our client circle. And then that'll be like this, I guess. We'll have this dot check hit. Oops. Equals. I guess I'll do this. Some of this stuff will change a little bit here. Yeah, okay. Math.highpot, pose x, this, blah, 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 blah. This dot pose x, this dot pose y, pose. All right, so this needs to also be, I guess I can get rid of radius units. Actually, let's pull up circle again here really quickly. The client circle. Okay, never mind. Let's pull up this client drawable. All right, so I need to think about the other things that need to come in. So right now I'm creating like the server representation of a bubble. And it's much more simplified than the client representation because the client has a bunch of animation stuff and all sorts of other things. And the server doesn't care about any of that. The server does care about the color of the bubble. The server does care about the color. Because it sends the color to the client, because it's going to be the same colors of the bubbles for each client. But, yeah. And it might even be a point where maybe even we get rid of colors of the client or something. And figure out some other cool way to keep track of colors. But for now, the server will do the colors. We'll create the colors. So the bubble will have similar state to the server bubble will have a similar state to the client bubble. It will just be because it's the server is going to be receiving the mouse inputs from the client and then parsing and checking and that sort of thing. But there's some stuff that's going to change. So radius is not going to be a thing. Radius units is not going to be a thing. These are going to be, I'm going to do, actually, I think we'll do R and then pose, and we'll do X and Y. I think. Bubble dot. maybe we will do a size. So it'll be, instead of, okay, there's no super anymore. Instead of params, it's going to be ID, size, IDR, pose, and color. Yeah, that's what we're going to get. That's what we need. So we will do, I guess I'll keep this popped time thing because maybe we'll be doing some stats, some statistics. Actually, no, let's get rid of that. I don't care about that right now. I'll figure out a better way to do that. So, no, actually, let's keep it. Let's keep it. We'll go with that right away. So I want to have well, we don't have any events here. Bubble untraversed. Yeah. I think our check traversal is going to be, yeah. We'll change some things here with that. Okay, this goes away. This goes away. Traverse, that stays. This goes away, and this goes away. All right, so we're simplifying this stuff down quite a bit. And in fact, these can probably just become normal. Okay, in init, okay, so I'm going to end up having like a reset animation. Or not animation, a reset method. I guess. And that'll probably have these where we kind of, if something happens, we'll reset where we set the traversed and oh, and are we doing the initialized thing? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what we'll do with that. So all of this can go away. I'm just going to make a little note for myself to see what else we need to do. Cursor drag started. Check traversal, moved, interp. Yeah, all of that doesn't matter. All of that is going to go away. Yeah, okay, so that goes away. So now we've got pop, which is the method. Some of that might change too. But all of this would otherwise probably just go away. unchecked reverse key press. That's gone. Destruct. Eesh. Not really going to be a thing. Okay, so then we're going to have probably our static methods just like we do. Yeah, all of this should be the same. How many configs are we using here? Config. All right, so when we do a new bubble now, all we need to do is IDR, pose, and color. So it's just a matter of IDR. Okay, so that's gone. Oh. Wait a minute. We're going to get rid of this now. And then this is just going to be called create. And yeah, this is going to be the same, the ID and the hue. Yeah. And then everything is just going to be pose. Everything's just going to be done in units. So we'll get rid of... Okay. Rand int. Radius units diff. How does that work? Snake Man, what's going on? Chilling, eating some Panda Express. Panda Express. Nice. It's been a while. Have you streamed in a while, Snake Man? I feel like I haven't seen you. I need to turn like notifications on though, or something, because I turned notifications off a long time ago. Yesterday a bit. Nice. But not really. More Apex. Oh. All right. Yeah, so I'm doing kind of a boring stream today. It's just I'm cranking down and doing the multiplayer now. But it's just doing a lot of like modification of things that I've kind of already done. So I have to like think a lot. Hang on a second here. All right. So I need to remove, because what was happening in the create method on the client, which I've just copied this code over, is we would do everything in, well, I've got pose and pose units, but everything is just units on the server, because pose is pixels, so the pixel position of the bubble on the screen and the position in units. So the server just does everything in units. So I think I'm actually on the server, I'm going to actually this is kind of messy. Oh, I already have a config on the server. Okay. All right. So I already have some stuff set up. Oh, okay, so this is good. I need to have some sort of way for configuration. See, what I need to do, what I need to set up is some sort of way to like have configuration that like I specify in one place, and then whenever I start my app, so it'd be like just a JS file in one place, and there'd be like a way to specify like if something is client side only or whatever, and then maybe like there'd be a little script to take the JavaScript and then split that into code for like, so I could have some config, because some config would be both for the server and the client. And some configuration data, like it would be the same value, like the number that the server has needs to be the same number on the client, kind of thing. So I could like have one place to specify that, and then like there'd be a little script whenever I start the server development server and everything. And that would actually like generate the individual JS files then that would get imported. Because like on my server, I'm importing yeah, that would be cool to have. I think I can get around it for now. In fact, let's look at the client code here. So I've got this bubble radius units. Yeah, that'd be kind of a fun little thing to do. I'm not going to do it quite yet, but it'd be a cool way to have some sort of thing that you like add all the configuration to something and then like some JavaScript that generates JavaScript kind of thing. That would be cool. Cool to have. Some code generating code. My mind is spinning on that now. But I more or less have everything I think I need for just the server, because some of this stuff hasn't changed. Post round time length. This is going to go time length, post round time length. These all go away. Bubble count goes away. We need to set up like I'm gonna do some duplicate stuff. So we'll do like, I guess we'll do match, and then we'll have all of this stuff goes away. Match found time length. Yeah, that goes away. Actually, this might stay. So yeah, we're going to have a match found time length. We're going to have we're going to move play area up, radius 1,000 units. Can I read property radius units of undefined? And then this thing's going to get moved up, bubble radius units. This is going to go away. Round creator. Round creator. I'm just gonna delete this file, or I'll move it to old. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna do another thing here. I'm gonna rename this old. I know that's terrible, but I don't really care. Serve. Create a new top level folder here. I really don't like Visual Studio Code's like file, like doing stuff in this menu is awful most of the time. I'm gonna move this out, yes, because we don't need that anymore. No. Okay, so we got code module not found, requires stack TraceRacer server match application main.js. Let's look at these real quick here. Main requires application, which requires match, so that's the chain I think there. Okay, so round creator is where we've got that issue. So I'll just get rid of that, and then yes, everything is fine now. Okay. So I'm going back to my bubble here. Back to our bubble. Oh no, wait a minute. We're working with the config here first. So yeah, I think all we really need right now is just these two facts configuration items. And I will eventually get to start. Again, I have my server config object here, and then my client config object here. And I would like they will need to be two separate files, but it would be nice to eventually have these get generated, have one spot for all my configuration for the clients and the server. And I can tweak that file, and then whenever I actually start my project going forward, then it would actually generate those files on the fly, the actual client code, and then the actual JavaScript config for the client, and the actual JavaScript config for the server. And maybe it ends up just being JSON actually, so that would make things even much easier. Much more easy. Yeah, that might even end up being what I end up doing, which would be pretty cool. Actually, probably not, because there's calculations and stuff that I do with the config. So like here, I'm calculating other configuration things based upon that. Maybe it'll be JavaScript that generates JSON. Maybe that's what it'll be. I don't know. We'll get to that when we kind of are forced to get to that. For now, I really don't think I need anything else. I'm just going to look at, yeah, all of this stuff. Bubble radius units. Wait a minute. Why? Oh, that's for the nav meter. Okay. Yeah, I think all I'm going to need is, like, we're going to do the checkpoint interval. That'll come over. The time length. Yeah, we're going to do time length, match found time length. We'll do match time length. Quick, or wait, I don't need to do that. Time length. This will be 30,000 for 30 seconds. We will have checkpoint interval 4, right? Oh. We'll have play area, radius units. That's good enough for now. Bubble radius units in this thing. And those do some other things. Okay, so that's client only. Client only. Prog pose X units. Client only. That's already done. Done. Bubble count. That doesn't. It's not used anymore. I'll even just delete that right out of the client. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay, so hang on one second here. All right. So this is good enough for now. I've got like my config for the server, and eventually, yeah, I want these to be unified between the client and the server. But I don't think, yeah, there's not really anything else to do with that. Oh, this needs to come over. So let's actually, yeah, we're gonna do that thing where we do const checkpoint interval equals 4, and then that would just, or wait a minute, then I just do that, and then we're gonna have this dot bubble, kind of like we have on the client, where it's gonna equal a new object, and it's gonna do this. Yeah, so again, there's like certain configuration things kind of have dependencies, right? Like, so this hue step property of our bubble, hue step value of our bubble is actually dependent upon whatever the checkpoint interval is. So depending on what that, it's like obviously this has to come later. So this should just be like a constant number, but it gets generated based upon whatever this is set to. So there's like a little equation that runs to calculate the hue step, but this is kind of like should run at runtime once. And then it's kind of more like a compile time kind of thing. And then, so this might even end up being like, depending on what I end up doing with my configuration thing in the future, this might actually be like a number that gets like calculated out and then saved there. Kind of like a C++ like macro kind of thing, where you could have like a, a compile time macro that runs that, calculates values out that will be used at runtime then. So we might have something cool like that. Neris, what's going on, Neris? Welcome back. Hang on a second here. So anyway, I think we've got what we need for now for the, that's for the menu, the stat screen, the button, the countdown timer, the time's up screen. This is all client stuff. We might do these math things, but I probably won't even really care about that for right now on the server. And then the tutorial, that is all client data. All right, so now on our server, I think we've got all the data we'll need for now, all the config data that we'll need for now, that is. So let's do, let's go back to bubble here now, and we're gonna have to import our config. So const config equals require, and then config. Oh, and I should export this now. Module.exports equals bubble. Right? Is that how I've been doing things? Doing exports so far? Yes, okay. I haven't done server stuff in a long time now, so I'm like kind of re-familiarizing myself with what I was doing before. So I think we've got really everything we need for the config. So that's, let's see. Yeah, so the creation part here is kind of the important thing. So let's get rid of we're going to get rid of pose units. We're going to just use, because this, again, this I copied over from the client. Pose meant pixels, position in pixels of the bubble. Pose units meant the position in units of the bubble. Server has no idea what pixels are, so the server is just going to be dealing in this unit space position. Nearest, oh, are you working on the server now? Yes, so went live with a tutorial yesterday after the stream. So the tutorial's up and live. And now I'm working on the multiplayer stuff. So just trying to wrap my head around what I had already done with the server. Because I already technically did kind of have a little multiplayer working, but for like a previous game mode. So really kind of all that needs to get scrapped. But yeah, I'm really just kind of, I got a lot of stuff to tweak and everything before I can even like see any results. It's one of those things where you're just writing a bunch of code and with no output, you know. So I kind of have to refactor everything I've done on the server and kind of move a bunch of stuff around. And yeah, so it's going to be kind of a somewhat boring stream, I guess. It's definitely been boring so far. I mean, it's kind of fun stuff, I guess, from the programming side, but it's just a lot of like, I got to haul a lot of dirt, shovel a bunch of dirt out of the way before I can really like get kind of started with the more fun stuff, I guess. Okay, so I'm thinking of getting rid of this units thing, and just now that this position is always going to be units. So, okay, does this actually exist? Oh, it's called match now. So we're going to call this, wait, right? Yeah, config. Let's look at config again. So these are all going to be called config.match now. Yeah, so this will be config.match, config.match, or maybe game. Maybe game is what we want to call that. I don't know. Don't really care. Actually, let's look at this again. Config. Yeah, okay, so I guess I'll just do a config.round, and then we'll rename that all to config.match. There we go. Okay. So now all of these variables that we're using here should... actually, we might be missing one here. Checkpoint interval is one. Yeah, we're missing the max bubble distance bubble units thing. So I'm going to copy from whatever I've got in the client. Okay, so that's another kind of generated one here. Play... Oh, okay. Yeah, all of this is going to get copied over from the client now. Okay, so that, and then that, get rid of this, right? That's this, okay. And then play area radius units. Okay, so that can just go play area. Yeah, okay. I guess that's good. Maybe we'll just let's just make this all like one thing. There we go. Okay. All right. So Cool. So now we should be good with everything. The only thing is the bubble.hueStep thing. That's fine. We haven't even gotten to that yet. Okay, so, oh yeah, we got to get rid of canvas wrapper references. So, okay. That's all good. Bubbles.length. Okay, that's good. Too close, that's good. Ran distance. Config.match.max bubble distance units. That's good. Max bubble distance units. Brilliant. Maybe I can get rid of units now, actually, from those names. We'll keep it. So this is all good. Pixel position. Okay, so this. Okay. So, oh no, wait a minute. Pose units. Okay. Yes, so this is all the unit space stuff. So we're gonna, what do? I just have pose now. So we're gonna call this, we're gonna get rid of this pixel position things. That doesn't, we're just gonna call this pose, and then we're just gonna get rid of this whole thing right here. And check if too close to other bubbles. Okay. So that would be checking pose against the pose of the other bubbles is less than canvas wrapper.size.bubble max dist pix. Okay, so this can go away. That's going to be config bubble max bubble distance units. Let me look at what that exactly is. Canvas wrapper. Okay, we've got max. Max bubble dist pix. Where is that? Here it is. Bubble max dist pix is just simply the bubble radius units dot max times pixels per unit times 2. Why is that times 2? Oh, because it's the tried the tutorial. Small suggestion: try a less darker text color, something like 333 or 444. Pure black on pure white is usually too much contrast. Gotcha. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, all of that might end up, it might be changing at some point anyway. I might be doing like some different kind of background kind of stuff. So a lot of the stuff is just black. Like pure black. And then the background is like slightly off-white. So yeah. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Neris. At some point, I will probably think a little more about the colors for that sort of thing. All right, so all of this. Okay, wait. I'm trying to figure out what this max dist pix is supposed to be, because I'm multiplying it by 2 here on the client, and I'm trying to think of why I do that. Pixels per unit. Bubble max distance pix. So that's the maximum. Oh, because it's the radius max. So that's the absolute bubble max dist pix. Okay, so it just needs to be this. All right, so we need to do, I'm going to put that in the config, actually. So this will be bubble max, bubble radius units max Okay, so max. Oh, max bubble distance from the center of... Okay, that's what that is. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of a bad variable name, I'm realizing now. So we'll have... So that's like the... What I'm talking about there is... That is the distance that these bubbles can get generated from the center of the circle, right? So that's making sure that when the bubble positions are generated, they're generated inside of this circle, if that makes sense. So so this needs to be like, what do I call it? Bubble max dist pix. Oh, that's terrible. So I guess we'll do bubble max dist. Oof. Because that's like, that's such a bad name with this. Ugh. Well, it's okay for now, because once I get to kind of cleaning up how we do the configuration here, then I will go through and kind of make those names better. So bubble max dist just simply needs to be the bubble radius units, the max, so 200 units times 2. So bubble radius units dot max times 2. So that's good, bubble max dist. So now on the server here, we will just say, instead of this thing, it's going to be config. It's going to be config.match.bubble max dist. Oof, yeah. Those names are going to have to change, to say the least. So let's do now. Well, okay, so now all of this should be fine. Down here is where we're actually generating the color of the... Ooh, okay, yeah, I have this helper thing. HSL to RGB color. Okay, so I'm going to just copy over what I have from the client helper right now, I guess. Once again, the helper is also something that should apply to both the client and the server. So here's my client helper function, helper object class, whatever, with static methods. That's probably dumb. That's probably dumb to do too, but who cares? So they both share this random integer thing, this random integer function, which is just a little simple way to just generate a nice random integer from 0 to whatever the max integer you want. All of these ones are client only things, and then here's this other function, this HSL to RGB. Whoa. Okay. Ooh, actually this does need to be a little different. Ooh, this one needs to go too. All right, so both of these functions, these static methods, I need to pull over to my server side helper file. Again, the helper is also something that would be cool to have kind of stored in one place and then like generated on the fly, kind of like translated on the helper.js file itself would be like built on the fly for the client and for the server. But like that way I could have like just the code in the same places. Because right now I just have two helper.js files, one in the server folder, one in the client folder, and they have like a bunch of the same code. Which is totally fine for now. but it would be nicer to have all of that be in one central location. So I'm going to close out of that for now. The one thing that's different about this helper, the function here, is there's no color object on the server. And there shouldn't be. So I'm just going to go with, instead of return new color, I'm just going to go with this thing. This return, just this anonymous object here that has an RGB and an H parameter. H being the hue. And the hue being important for how we generate colors without collisions. So we can have kind of the random colors like you see here in the game. Like this, without having colors that are too similar, too close. Oops. Now we're back to having our nice little WebSocket error friend when we don't refresh the browser. There we go. Cool. All right, so yeah, basically that just being the hue being important for generating random colors without collisions. So this is good, and then this static bubble hue add thing is going to be good as well. And it's going to have to import our local config file here. So const config equals require config. Brilliant. And then we pull in config.bubble.hueStep. We should have that config.bubble.hueStep. Cool. And then, okay, so yeah, so we just want to have this RGBH thing. Yes. So don't need the helper open anymore. Go back to bubble. So now all of this stuff is good. The radius units, bubble radius config radius units diff. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. So this can actually just be called const r. And then what am I doing? Okay, so a new bubble. A bubble takes an ID, an R, a pose, and a color. An ID, an R, a pose, and a color. So we have an ID, which comes in through here, ID. So we have our ID. This thing is dumb. This thing needs to change. So we have an ID, an R, a radius, a position, and a color. ID, R, pose, color. So this new bubble thing here is from the client side because I copied this code over from the client. So the bubble doesn't have this many things on the server. So we have an ID, an R, which we just generated. Here's our R right here. That's good. A position, an ID, an R, a pose, and a color. So the position is just going to also equal pose. Yeah, pose units is gone. Z index, that doesn't exist on the server. Size, these just are now. And then radius units, radius, that none of that matters. That's all special animation stuff for the client. And now this HSL to RGB color exists in the helper. Actually, we need to import helper. Import config const helper equals require helper blah blah blah, if I can spell it correctly. We don't need to worry about spelling things correctly though, right? I mean, okay. I've got the big jar today. This is like the mega. What is this? 3 cups, 24 ounces. The big boy. The ball wide mouth. They're all wide mouth. I don't know. I guess that's the size of the top of the jar. I don't know. Okay. So I think we're good. I'm going to make sure that what I said here is right. So helper.hsl to RGB color. I closed the helper file already because I said I didn't need it anymore. Go figure. Okay, so yeah, we're just returning an anonymous object now that's an RGBH color. And that's what we want. The H won't get sent to the client. It's not necessary, but the RGB obviously will get sent to the client because that's kind of important. And as I was saying before, it might even be possible that the server doesn't even generate colors for the client, but we'll see. We'll see. Depending on how I kind of come up with a nice little color scheme or something, we'll see. But for now, I want the colors to be identical for both players in the game. If two competitive players play each other, I want them to both be receiving the identical same bubbles. So our bubble code should be good in theory, which feels pretty good. There's a few details we need to address and see exactly what we need for like popping a bubble and whatnot. And these methods here could probably get actually changed into like direct methods, I think. Yeah, and then the check traversal thing is going to be a little different. Yeah, some of this stuff's going to be different because a lot of this only existed because of our event drivenness on the client. The way this stuff works on the client, it's going to be different from the server. So some of this stuff might change, but I can't really answer those questions right now until we get to that point. So now so we've got the bubble code in theory is good, server side. Or it's good. It's as good as we can make it right now. Oh, actually, no, this is bad. So we need to do, this needs to be ID. This dot R is going to equal R. This dot pose is going to equal pose. And this dot color is going to equal color. Yes. So all of that I think is okay. Oh. Yeah, maybe I'll just do this dot size. Yeah, it's not even used anymore because this is a static method. Okay. All right, so what should I do? Should I just make this dot R? Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do. Okay. Brilliant, brilliant. So now our match. Oof, this isn't what I want to look at. Let's look at really quick what I'm doing for request find match. Oh, WebSockets wrapper. That's what I want to look at. So it's listening for match wait started. That's one of the events that I'm going to use. So I think we'll keep this same exact thing. And what I'm going to do, all right, we're going to just start pushing. We're going to start firing this event right now. And we're going to continue to keep this whole JSON object thing that we're sending over WebSockets. That's okay. I don't really care about that right now. about making that better. Because as I said before, I don't think I want to do, I think I want to remove the overhead of like stringifying and parsing JSON over the network. You know, if this was like a game where there wasn't real-time stuff wasn't super important, then, you know, that might be fine. But I think we're going to use just like raw bytes and send those down the pipe. And that way, like, there won't be any overhead from parsing or stringifying a JSON string and whatever else is involved in that. It'll just be like reading bytes, just binary. So let's look at the, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make the, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm gonna make this little button here, because technically this is a button, since I've already got the button here. I'm gonna make this like our find match button right now, because it's already a button. It doesn't have any event listener or event on click function. So I'm just gonna make this the one that fires our match wait started event. So let's go quickly to menu, and then we are going to go to what is that, title button? Is that what that's called? Yeah. So on click has nothing. So we're gonna just do event emitter dot emit match wait started. Brilliant. So now what that'll do is at least let our client start to ask for a match from the server. And what I'm gonna do is kind of just like try that and then try to figure out what I need to fix, because we're gonna have some things break as we do that, obviously, because we have a lot more work to do on the server side. But at least it'll let me know like what I need to kind of fix as I go. Like I'll just kind of fix the errors as I go. So first thing will be, let's just refresh our client now. Now this thing should actually be doing that thing. Oh, you'll have to wait for now. So we need to fire up another client. All right, let's see what happens now. Hey. Two players requested a match. All right, so something's not working on the server. If waiting player, this player blah 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 blah. All right, so send note, you'll have to wait for now. Yeah, why didn't it? Okay, so it sent that to the other player too. If waiting players dot shift, blah, 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 blah. Figure out how to get rid of match after it's over. Yeah, so this is not what I was hoping for. All right, so how many players are in the... We're going to print on the console here. We're going to CLG waiting player. All right, so let's refresh both of these clients. Okay. Click that button. You'll have to wait for now. Click that. Okay. Bunch of stuff broke this time. Huh, so did it actually, like, work? Ah, oh. Okay, so we crashed. Oh, so it actually did kind of work there that time. We did a match. We set up a match, and then the match did a bunch of stuff. Oof, all of this code needs to change. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, paste, and we're going to create a new match file here. I'm going to rename this to old. We are going to, got our new match here. Popping my elbows there. Kind of gross, isn't it? All right. Okay, so the match, I'm going to get rid of match old. I guess we could keep this player 1, player 2, and match end handler, I guess. We'll keep that. Rounds doesn't exist anymore. What we're going to have now is like a bubbles thing. This dot bubbles. Right? Right? Yeah? No? Yes? No? Maybe? Yeah, we definitely are going to have a bubbles thing. Rounds, current round, that doesn't matter. Score does not. Score is not really a thing anymore. Again, because I used to have a game mode that was round based, so it was a matter of like how many players won a set of rounds or whatever. But that's not really a thing now. Match start timer ID, round start timer ID. I guess we're just gonna keep a match one for now, so we can get rid of this round thing. Yeah, round ended handler, that doesn't matter anymore. Oh boy, there's a lot of junk in here. What is this? End of our constructor. Okay. So this dot round ended handler. Yeah, there's like nothing, no useful information I could glean from that. Init this dot players dot for each player. We're gonna send a command match started. That's good. We like that. And then match started timer. Okay, config.match.match found time length. And then, okay, so that's good. This isn't going to be called start round. This is going to be like start, I think. Yeah, so we'll call this dot start. It's like starting the game. And it's kind of on like a little callback here for the delay of match found time length, which match found time length, where is that? Well, okay, so let's step through this quick, because what's going to happen now, or what happens currently? So when you play the game, you click play, right? And then you have this little countdown starting in, and then you got this little 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then the game starts. So we want the same thing. We want the same thing for the online play too. And in fact, there might even be a more like you hit play and there'll be like first you'll see like a waiting for match kind of screen. And if it's like waiting for another player to queue. And then there'd be like a match found thing. And then it would be like, okay, so once a match is found between two players, it creates a new match object on the server, and then there'd be that delay of like the countdown, the 3, 2, 1, right? So ignore the fact that there'd be like a little like, oh, match waiting for player. And then there'll be like You know, maybe there'll be like an opponent name or something. I don't know. I do want to have, I don't know if I'm going to let like players have names. I really don't want to have like a user accounts system at all. Like I feel like I'm not gonna. This game this game needs to be like just simpler than that. Like it should just be a game you go and you play, and whatever. That being said, I do want to have like rankings. So if you so there'd be like as you're connected to the game, like you'd start with a certain baseline ranking, right? And then there'd be some sort of, you know, as you play players and beat players and win, your rank will be going up or down, right? So I want that, but that would be more of just like when you first connect to the game, then you start with the baseline ranking, and then you kind of just play and that sort of thing. So there wouldn't necessarily be, so like when you search for a match, you like click play to search for a match, and then it would maybe, once it matches you up with an opponent, maybe instead of a name, it would like show the rank of the other player, like, oh, match found with a player with this rank, and you know what your rank is, you know, so maybe you'd have an idea of what, you know, what to expect. But I don't know what I was going to say. What else I was going to say about that? So anyway. Match found time length. What is that again? Config. Match found time length. Okay, so this could maybe be like our countdown thing instead of match found time length. It should be like, because that was part of like the old code that I had. Client, we can get rid of that. All right, I'm gonna hit the bathroom again real quick. Don't go anywhere. Don't worry. I'll try to be quick. All right, we are back. So, I think this match found time length I'm going to replace with whatever is in our current config for like countdown. Do I have a separate like variable countdown timer? Yeah, I don't really like that. Maybe we'll just call this. Match start countdown or something. Because I have, yeah, this really shouldn't be saved in this structure. It shouldn't be countdown timer duration 1500. So again, that is like our countdown timer here, where it goes 3, 2, 1. It's 1500 milliseconds, a second and a half. So that's what that is. The server kind of needs its same thing, because it's going to be a matter of once the match is found, there's going to be like a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then the game starts, and then the server would fire off like the actual first bubbles to the player. So there's going to be, you know, network delay and whatever with that, but okay. All right. So match found time length 1,000. I'm gonna do something just kind of dumb. I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna copy this, because what I want to do in the future anyway is like unify these between the client and the server, these configuration things. So again, my server code is over here in this pane, and my client code is here in this pane. And these things both have like configuration things that should be the same. Like this 1500 milliseconds should be the same for the client and the server, not stored in 2 different files and whatever. I want to have like one central location for that. Woo! All right, sorry about that. I did one of those things where like I breathe in, you know, and I had like a little bit of water in my, or like saliva or something. I just breathed in the right way and it just hit my windpipe. Yeah, gotta love it when that happens. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep this exact structure for now, because it doesn't make sense to have this here. It's just kind of dumb. So I'm gonna keep it here for now, because I want to like kind of remind myself in the future to when I go and actually unify these two things, that I'll more or less have something. I'll know that these are the same, supposed to be the same value. So then on the match, is the match where we were supposed to be? Yeah, this thing here. So config.countdowntimer.duration. That's what we want. So all right, so we've got a start round method here. And again, this is the code that existed from our previous round-based game mode. So I want to get, and I'm getting rid of all of that. So I want to what are we doing here? Okay, so we're creating a round. Oh yeah, I said we were going to get rid of. Okay. Yeah, this kind of is an interesting thing. Okay. Yeah, so I created this new method. Well, I'm calling this new method that doesn't exist yet. It's just going to be called start. Because this we had start round, so starting a new round for a given game, that doesn't really exist anymore. So we need to have start be the new method that we call once we do our countdown. So we immediately, or maybe instead of match started, we do like match countdown started. We do that. Maybe we do like match countdown started. And then that's the message we send to the client here. Let's try that. Actually, I kind of like that. Match countdown started. And then on the actual start, actually, we don't even need to do this. I'm just going to do it all in this callback. This anonymous callback right here. This anonymous function. The only reason to have the separate start round method is because it gets used somewhere else. I think it does. I think it gets called somewhere else. And my general like programming practice is like I don't like to like separate a million things into functions unless I need to call some code from multiple places. I usually don't put it into separate functions. And there's no reason to have a separate method just to do the one thing. I mean, I try to do that most of the time. It doesn't always happen, but most of the time. So because generally when I see something set as like a method, I like will typically think like, okay, well, it's called from multiple places then. That's kind of like my initial thought, like if I'm going back and looking at code. So we're going to just have the code all happen in here, the actual setting up of the game. So that would mean, oof, okay, actually that's actually, never mind. We're going to need to like do some extra stuff here. Creek burn. I'd say there's a balance to be struck when deciding to make a lot of functions for unit testing. Yes, I don't do unit testing, but I see what you're saying in that case for if you are doing unit testing. Welcome to the chat, Creekburn. Thanks for hanging out. Your name's maybe a little familiar, like I've maybe seen you around here before. Creek burn. I'm by no means consistent with my Twitch time. I know what you mean. All right. Whoops. All right. So let's see what's going on here. Bekitty, good job. Wow, thanks. Thanks, Bekitty. Bekitty is my wife, so she likes to hop in from time to time and say good job to encourage me, I guess. It's encouraging, I'll say. Okay, so I'm starting to realize there's some... Your hair is poofy today. I took a shower this morning. I'm normally an evening shower kind of guy, but I did take one this morning, so poofy. It's not that poofy, is it? All right. Yes, it is poofy. Well, gee, thanks. Okay, so yeah, I've got an interesting kind of thing I need to address where our match object was like a thing before that, you know, a match just represented one game between two players. But then there'd be since the game was like round based, there'd be a bunch of rounds obviously in a given match. So the code to like actually set up a round was kind of separate, obviously, from the match. You know, there'd be this start round method that would just be used to generate a round every time. So we'd have like this thing, this .current round, and we do a create round, and it would generate all the bubbles, and all of that would happen inside of the round creator. But that is kind of all getting replaced now. And it's just going to be, actually, let me look at, I moved the round creator function out of there. But let's look at what it was before. Okay, so it was this whole shebang. Okay, so that's fine. I can, basically all of this is going to change anyway. Oh, I was doing this thing, ID, X, Y, R, and C for color. So the X and Y positions, the R radius, and the C color for each bubble. Yeah, I'm going to need to do something a little bit like that, I think. All right, so what I think we actually need to do, so in our application, where do we, okay, so we set up a match right here. We do a new match, and then we call match.init. So this is if we got two players together and we created a match between them. Okay, so I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep all this code for right now. Delete. Oh, it was a map. That's what it was. Wow. Matches is a map. And I guess we could probably keep that. So let's... That's kind of dumb, isn't it? That's really dumb. Okay, so that is a reason why I have that to do here. Okay, so we'll keep that. Okay, so I guess actually we're gonna probably do something more like match. Okay. I'm probably gonna do like a static create method on match. We're gonna have like static create, and then this is gonna actually be returning our new match. Match. So what do we pass to a match? We pass in 2 players and a match end handler, which maybe we'll still do that. Oops, so static. But then bubbles are also going to need to come in. So it's going to be player 1, player 2, bubbles, and the match end handler. So then bubbles is going to equal bubbles. And so now let's look at the code for creating bubbles on the client. In the marathon.create. Okay. So what we'll do is play area, bubbles. So we're going to have an array, const bubbles equals an array. And then here, okay, so this is what I need to pay attention to. So for our first bubble count is going to be, or I guess, yeah, we're just going to copy this over from the client file here. And this should be match now. And then we're going to have a random hue. Yeah, exactly. All of this, I think, is going to be the exact same. Okay, so we need to import bubble. Const bubble equals require bubble. And then bubbles are going to go in there. So, oh, not create practice. This is going to be create bubbles. I is the index, hue. Brilliant. So that should be good enough to set up our first set of bubbles. And then Oops. All right, so while I'm thinking about this, I'll plug the game here a bit. So if anybody's watching who does not know what I'm working on a game called Populus. I'll throw it in the chat there, so you can check it out. The website is populus.gg. It's the domain name, I guess. But you can check it out. There's a tutorial that we just went live with yesterday. So if you're trying out the game for the first time, check out the tutorial to see if that explains how the game works. Because I haven't really tested the tutorial in the sense of testing it on people, on humans, right? Other humans, I should say. I've tested it. But so if you're trying out the game for the first time, try the tutorial. And if you don't mind letting me know if it makes the gameplay clear for you on how to actually play. So, what I'm currently working on is the multiplayer now for the game. Currently, it's just a single-player game. So if you're trying Populus for the first time, it's just a single-player game, no competitiveness. But I'm trying to make it so that it's a one-on-one game. All right, so this side of everything is good now. The one thing is we need to let's see. Back in our application here on the server, I need to do now, I guess we'll do the same thing as far as the players go. How do I set the match for the player? Maybe that happens in the match init. Yes, okay. So that's good. I think we said, actually, I think we said this init can go away now, maybe. Actually, we should keep this because having this match start timer ID lets if somebody quits, if somebody were to quit when the countdown timer was running, the 3, 2, 1 start. If somebody were to quit just in that instance, that's what lets you take care of that. So I kind of actually like this init function. And maybe what we could actually do is we could do const match, because the init doesn't need to do anything. Or const match is going to equal the new match. And then match.init. And then we're going to return match. So I think we'll do it that way. And then match init doesn't even need to be called from the application. Okay, so this stuff is, let's see, we're going to do, yeah, I guess I'm going to leave this all as it is. So we'll change this to match equals match.create. And then it ends itself. That's what's going on there. Okay. We don't need a knit. And then I guess we'll continue with this match dot whatever. All right. So we create the game, we generate the bubbles, everything, the first bubbles. That's good. But we're not going to send them to the client yet. So the first thing, now another thing we have to consider is we've got on-demand bubble generation now happening. Because the gameplay works where it's pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. So when you're popping bubbles here, there's basically like technically an unlimited number of bubbles that could be generated, right? As you play. So somebody who's really fast and pops a bunch of bubbles is going to have a game that generates a bunch more bubbles on the fly. And then it's not like when you start the game are the bubbles. Well, I guess what I'm saying is the way I had it working before is it would generate like 100 bubbles. And then it was like, oh, how fast can you pop 100 bubbles in? So how much time can you pop 100 bubbles? Right? Like that was the game originally. But now I've changed it to how many bubbles can you pop in 30 seconds? So instead of how much time does it take for you to pop X bubbles, now it's how many bubbles can you pop in X time? So for that, we kind of need the bubble generation to happen kind of on the fly. Because we're not going to generate like 1,000 bubbles, because that would be a ridiculous amount of bubbles to generate, just to ensure that like the player never hits that amount. I mean, we could do something like that, but I didn't want to waste, resources on that sort of thing. When it comes down to the server generating, potentially hundreds of matches, if people were to ever play this game, a server could be generating a bunch of different matches all simultaneously. So it's more of a matter of let's just generate a few bubbles on the fly, a few bubbles to start, and then like it generates 2 checkpoints of bubbles worth. 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles. So that's 8 bubbles right now, 4 bubbles per checkpoint. And then as you play, as you make it to the next checkpoint, then it starts to load the checkpoint after that. So there's a little bit of a buffer there in terms of when bubbles are generated. Never mind the errors here in the browser console. That is because I didn't refresh the browser since the server restarted, so that's the deal there. All right. So this start round stuff can all go away. Because this is basically going to be, yeah, I'm just going to delete this whole thing because none of that matters. End match still matters. Okay. End match still matters. And there's other, this is a method that gets called, like here if the player quits. And there's some other cases where end match happens, I guess. There must be. Maybe not. Opponent disconnected. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this gets fired from somewhere else, but so for now I'll keep this end match method right here, and we'll keep the player quit thing and all of that. All of that should stay the same, at least for right now. So we need to change this clear interval here. Doesn't happen. Match.start timer ID, that's good. Current round at end round, that goes away. The players .for each send match ended. The reason, yeah, I guess that's okay. And the score, that doesn't really matter. And then it calls match end handler and passes itself in. Players resetting to nothing to do necessary to reset this. Yeah. Yeah, I'll leave that. I'll leave all of that. So this should all be pretty good. I guess we can keep, yeah, the match ended event. Match countdown started. Okay, so inside of this, we would have already created the first set of bubbles by the time we're calling init already. So we already have our bubbles for the game, for the match. So in here, we need to do something. We need to do like this dot players dot for each player. And then we're passing in, or then we're going to fire off player.send command message match started. So and then the bubbles would equal this dot bubbles. I guess. We'll just roll with that for right now. What else needs to come from the server to the client at this point in time? So the match countdown started would queue, this would start right away, and it would tell the players, okay, get ready to play. So then this queues like the 3, 2, 1 timer. And then once the match actually starts, then the bubbles get sent. The actual bubbles get sent down. So like the 3, 2, 1 ticks off, ticks down, goes away, and we start the game. So I think that's pretty good. I think everything's looking pretty good so far. I at least have enough. I think to kick off, at least have enough to maybe get some bubbles down to the client from the server now. In theory, ooh, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. No, we're missing something. Oh, no, wait. No, we're not. I sold myself short there. Okay. So we should have enough to almost, in at least server side, get some bubbles sent down to the client. So let's go back to the client here now and look at our WebSockets wrapper. So we've got match weights started. We've got, oh, wait a minute. No, sorry. That's just for the, yeah. Okay, so we've got another event here that'll come. Oops, case. Match countdown started. How do you spell countdown? Okay. And then this will just CLG started countdown. All right, so I need to do I need to do some reconfiguring on our client now, because now I've got this new event, or a new client command, match countdown started. So I need to figure out if that's exactly what I wanted, how I want to separate that out now on the client. Because once again, for now, I'm just using the single player example here, but if I hit play, there's that 3, 2, 1 as we hit play. 3, 2, 1, right? So that, once the match is found, the match countdown started would trigger this. So that would trigger, all right, show the player the 3, 2, 1 countdown. And then the match would start immediately after that. So it'd be 3, 2, 1, and then once that timer ends, and the server and the client would be keeping track of that countdown timer individually. And then once the timer ends on the server, the client will just wait for infinity until it gets the next message. Well, not infinity, but we'll figure something out for that. Then those countdown timers are going, then the server will actually send the bubbles to the client. So it'll be 3, 2, 1, there'll be a little bit of delay, and then, yeah, I think that's what we want. All right, so on the client now, I need to look at what events we've got going here. So we've got quite a bit of stuff happening. So currently, match started, match ended. These are old. Player quit match. Is there even a match ended handler anymore? Oh, okay, yeah, there is. All right. We'll keep that. So the match started. okay, maybe I could switch some stuff around here on the client. So right now, the client listens, the application object in our client listens to marathon started event, the marathon started event. And then it fires off the following. So if there's a stat screen, it clears it. Basically, that's if you hit the retry button on, so I'll say the things that fire a marathon started event are clicking the play button or clicking the retry button when you're on the stat screen. So it's like those two buttons will fire a marathon started event. So if the stat screen is something, basically if you clicked the retry button, then it clears out the stat screen. And then it jumps right into the countdown timer, setting up the countdown timer. So maybe what we could do is we could just create a whole new event that's now like marathon countdown started. And then we have a listener, and then our listener function here. And then this event could now actually get started every time. And then we could maybe have marathon game data null come in here. I got to come up with a better name for that because this is going to be the data from the server. If the server launched something, if it's null, then it's a practice match. There's no data from the server. So then marathon countdown started. I guess we would have this same thing here. And then we clear the stat screen, start the countdown timer. Menu.hide main. Yeah. Okay. So marathon countdown started. And then if... Okay, so let's try that. And then basically this stuff here. Wait a minute. Okay, then this stuff is like all that will happen. Yeah, okay. All right. And then instead of this all happening, then we would just event emitter.emit marathon started. Yes, maybe we want to kill the countdown timer in this spot, but we'll see. We'll see about that. All right, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. Oh, yeah, my hair is poofy. But Kitty was right. All right. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we're back. Okay, so I think, okay, so to kind of explain what's happening here now, I've created a new event listener for our application called Marathon Countdown Started. So now, when you click like the play button, I have to change the play button first. But now when you click the play button, I'm going to have it fire off this event, Marathon Countdown Started, rather than the direct Marathon Started event. And then what that will do is it'll start the countdown for the marathon. And then when the countdown ends, it will then fire the Marathon Started event, which is this event here, which will actually set up the new marathon event and whatnot. Actually create the new game object. And the thing is, what'll happen is the server will kick off this event, or the player will kick off this event by clicking the practice button or whatever. So if we're doing a practice mode, then the countdown timer itself won't start the game itself. Because when you're playing a competitive mode, a competitive game, the server is generating the data, the bubbles and everything, and sending those down. So the client can't actually deal with that. So I'm going to have to do if marathon game data, basically. If marathon game data, then we'll do this. Yeah. Or no, wait a minute. If not marathon game data, that's what I want. Because otherwise the server is also going to be in charge of instructing the client to start the marathon, the actual game. So, yeah. So now let's go to our play button. So now our play button is now going to do marathon countdown started. So let's make sure everything works client side now with that refactoring. So we hit play, 3, 2, 1. Nice, everything works still just fine. All right. Cool. All right. That's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna keep going with that. We also need to now add this same event emitter marathon countdown started for our for the, what's it called? Stat screen. That's what it's called. Oh, we need to do stat screen creator. That's right. So there we set up the thing. So it needs to be marathon countdown started. And then to test this, make sure everything looks good, I'm going to just shrink our match time way down. So instead of 30 seconds, where is that? Instead of 30 seconds, we'll just do 1 second. So now when we play, it's just going to be a 1 second long game. Time's up. We hit retry. Starting again. There we go. Brilliant. Quit. Play. Awesome. Awesome. That's great. It was easier than I thought it would be. All right, so we'll keep the 30,000, which is 30 seconds. And then back to our application now. I'll keep this code commented out for now, just in case, whatever, just for safety. Yeah, the countdown timer destruction. That's a good question as to when we actually want to, if we want this to happen in the marathon started or like in this other part. But we'll leave it there for the moment. All right, so now what this lets us do is the marathon countdown started can be emitted from the server. And then in which case there will be some marathon game data. Oh, no, there won't be. There won't be marathon game data in this countdown started. It'll be like a Boolean, is practice equals false. So we'll say false. So if, or wait a minute. No, we'll set this to true. Yeah, so if you click the play button, is practice will be true. Or ideally, you click the practice button. So what I'm saying right now is currently if you click the play button, it will be, whoops, I need to refresh this now. If you click the play button, which should be practice, if you do a practice, which is just a single player game, is practice would be true. And then therefore, when the countdown timer expires, that is our 3, 2, 1. So we have the 3, 2, 1, and then go. If it's a practice, then it will automatically fire off the marathon started event. And then if, oh no, that is, okay, hang on a second here. Oh, okay. No. Never mind. I'm confusing myself here. All right, so what I said was correct. If you're doing a practice mode, then the game will automatically fire off a new game when you click the retry button or you click the play button. So 3, 2, 1, game starts, bubbles generate, whatever. But if it's not a practice mode, then the game doesn't automatically start a new thing. It's going to wait for the server to send the data for that. So in our WebSockets wrapper, we've got match countdown started. So that will fire right away to queue up to tell the clients, show your 3, 2, 1 countdown thing. And then the server and the client are both going to be keeping track of 3, 2, 1 down. And then when the time expires on the server, it's going to fire off the marathon started event, which I'm calling match started. And then, yeah, this practice match false thing, that doesn't matter anymore. And then, ooh, okay. So this needs to be event emitter dot emit marathon countdown started. Okay. And then the argument is false, and that's the practice match thing. False equals, this is not a practice match. Okay, so that is good. And then here with the match started, match countdown started. Let me look at the server again real quick here. So we fire off, match countdown started. We don't pass any arguments. There's nothing to pass. It's just sending that singular message that there's a countdown that's been started. Match started is then going to actually have the data to pass. We'll just say the bubbles. Message.bubbles. That's what we're gonna have. Bubbles equals this dot bubbles, right? So then here, when we actually have message match started, so this is the server firing off, sending to each player, match started, and passing in some bubbles. Then the player, when it parses a match, when it figures that it's at a match started message, then it will actually fire off the marathon started event with the bubbles coming in. All right, so yeah, that's looking pretty good. The last thing we have here is actually, okay, so we'll say message.bubbles. And then on the application, I'm just going to change this to bubbles for right now, just for ease of use. So then bubbles comes in through the marathon whatever, and it's going to pass that to the marathon creator. And then the marathon creator is actually going to take, I guess we'll call this server bubbles. We'll call this server bubbles just for right now. I just want to make sure we get this actually working here. So now the server generates some bubbles. And then when the game starts, it will pass these bubbles down to the client. And then the one thing that probably is going to get me is the actual IDR pose. Didn't I already do all of this? Okay, so I think I already set all this up. So if we go to bubbles.create, this create static method. Yeah, okay, then we're converting our units that comes from the server down to pixels. Yes, okay, so I should have already taken care of all that. All right, so let's try to actually do a little online match right now. Let's see what happens. So we need 2 clients. So I'm gonna do 2 windows. Oops. Okay, so let's refresh. Let's refresh. And then I set this little button to be the whatever. Okay, so the server had an error there. Helper is not defined. That's easy. Okay, so I didn't import helper. Where do we actually use helper? Okay, that's right. So we will const helper equals require helper. If I could spell it. Okay, server restarted there. Let's bring up our little clients. Start that. Refresh. Start. Okay, another error on the server. Cannot read property X of undefined. Bubble JS 74. Okay. Bubble if. Check if too close to other bubbles. Okay, so that's checking for collisions. So let's see, we got some stuff. Pose.x. What can it, what's the one is it having trouble with? Bubbles I.pose.x. Maybe that's because am I really console logging the player right there? All right, let's see. Let's look at, well, I wonder what I was at that point in time. Bubbles. So bubbles at first. Create bubbles. Okay, so let's go to match. Bubbles is an empty array. So the first bubbles.for each should pass. Ooh. Bubbles I hue. Actually, that might be the problem. Bubbles ID hue. Okay, never mind. Pose. Ah. That's it. Okay, so I'm passing an anonymous object, which I don't need to do. So I'll just do these all on their own lines here. Oop. Right? Is that right? ID, radius, position, and then color. HSL to RGB color, which is now just spitting out a object that has an RGB. And H, right? Wait. All right, IDR pose. Is that right? IDR pose color. Okay. All right, so now let's try, okay, our server restarted. Let's open up our clients. Let's refresh. Start searching for a match. Again, I made this, since this technically is a little button, I just added this as our new like find an online match button. Just so that way I didn't have to create another little separate button. All right, so now we've got a bunch of wrong things that happened here. And we got different bubbles on the client. So something else happened here that everything's screwed up. But both clients kicked off on the same event. I don't know if you noticed that. So like here, if I do a match and then I start the match on the other one, the server finds a match and then creates a game on both clients. But obviously we've got something that's gone horribly wrong here. Server data is not defined. Okay, that's just because I did a bad name there. Okay, Marathon JS 326, Marathon JS 185 cannot read property for each of undefined. What's not defined there? Function or listen event emitter dot emit array dot for each listener. That's kind of weird. That might just be because something really bad happened here. All right, so Marathon 326, yeah, I renamed some stuff and we probably didn't accommodate for that. So Marathon 326, we do a marathon with server data. What? Oh, Server bubbles. Why do I pass it in here? Oh, maybe I just did that preemptively to like think I was doing something good. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're not even doing anything with this yet. All right, so this is a little future way here. I don't know how I'm gonna. Oh, okay. Hang on. I remember what I'm gonna do now. So we'll just do server bubbles. We'll just do a double bang there to convert that to a boolean, a strict boolean. Okay. All right. So now let's our server restarted, right? Yes. Let's refresh our clients here. Let's fire off a game. Hey! Well, we made it slightly far without. Hey, our countdown timer isn't working. Why is that not running? There's no countdown. If I hit this, then hit this, they just start right away. What happened to the countdown? Why isn't that not working? All right. Okay, so, and we're, it's not, the bubbles are not right. The bubbles are their own individual things. Cannot read, okay, so we still have a problem here with this Marathon JS 185. Cannot read property for each of undefined. So what am I doing? Marathon.js 185. I guess I should look at what that actually is. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. I guess that's this. Yeah. That's why everything is going haywire there. Probably. Okay. So let's do that. Let's do that. No, it just so happened they happen to be very similar colors, but that's not it. Okay, cannot read property destruct of null. Yeah. So now we're... Why is that? Okay, maybe the server's not doing something correct here. And why are we printing the client in the server? Where is that happening from? Let's look back on the server. I want to get rid of that. Console log. We're console logging a player somewhere. Console. No results. Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of that. Don't need that. Okay. And what did I say was happening here? For some reason, the server is not sending the right event. Let's actually console log. So let's CLG match countdown started. And then let's CLG match started. Okay, so that'll be on the clients, and that way I can see exactly what is happening. Ah. Oh my goodness. We had like a negative number there. That was bad. Wait, then this. Okay. Here we go. So let's start. And let's start. So match countdown started, fired first, and then match started, fired immediately after. Okay, so that's wrong. For whatever reason, I guess the server is not... Okay, match.create, and that's calling match init. Okay, so match.create is doing the bubbles and doing the match init. Okay, so the match.init is sending this message to the players right away. And then this value must not be good or something. Config.countdowntimer.duration. Config.countdowntimer.duration. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, you know, okay. Maybe I'm doing something really dumb here. Maybe this is on the... No, wait a minute. No, that can't be, because the match started event is getting fired immediately from the server. Like, for example, if we just decide to never send, so let's just never send the match started event to the players. So let's, man, that's awful. Okay, so let's go here. Start. What in the world? Okay, so it's a problem. How is that happening? What WebSockets wrapper JS 39? I didn't even send the message to the players. Did I not save? That's really weird. Okay. So, match started. That's the only spot we're sending match started. Oh. Oh, boy. Always remember to put a break statement in your switch case. Always remember. So basically what was happening is this case was true and firing, and then it would just go on and run this case. And we weren't breaking at all. Yeah, gotta love it. Okay, let's refresh our clients here and start over. Beautiful. Okay, so now they're just freezing. Or not freezing, but they're just sitting here waiting to start. So that's good. That's good. Now everything is working properly. So now... Yeah, okay. Well, why didn't... Actually, now the server should have sent the... Oh, no. Here's what I'm talking about. Okay. So let's try that again. So let's see what happens. We're going to get some more errors now, I bet. 2, 1. Hey! Hey, look at that. Well, we got colors. Colors are right. But... something else is not right. So I'm sure there's no errors anywhere. We just don't have any. Oh, maybe we need to call a init on those bubbles. Maybe that's all I missed doing. Okay, so that's good. I'm going to get rid of these console logs. We don't need those anymore. I know those were working. Message.bubbles. Okay, so that definitely seemed to be working, and our nav bubbles generated fine, and we had colors. So for the bubble now, oh, this is the server. This is the server. So let's look at bubble. We want to look at the create. Yeah, this is our new our problem here. Is it? Wait a minute. Oh yeah, we're not initializing the first bubble. Okay, so we do need to do that. That didn't happen. So marathon.create. Where are we? Create play area. Blah 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 blah. Oh no, we are doing that. Okay, so then I guess what we have going on is something. We probably got just some issues with the positions or the sizes or something. So let's fire off another game. And now we should have, yeah, there we go. So we've got 8 bubbles to start. That is good. And let's just make sure they should have valid colors, obviously, because we could see valid colors here in the nav meter, and they're the same. So we know that the server generated some good colors and sent them down. Obviously, how else would these two browsers have these same exact colors? Okay, the positions, those look like good positions. Pose units too. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Radius 0. Y. The color is good. We need to have a hue. Oh boy. Okay, so we do need to get hues somehow. I'm gonna need to do that. All right, so the radii here, radius size R. Okay, so that's the radius that came is not correct. Or radius units is null. Okay, so we gotta look at our bubble create. So we got R units. Okay, so that is null. That's coming in null. So let's look at the, did I just do something wrong? I probably used just the wrong name. Let's just CLG S bubble. And let's just get rid of this. Okay, R is coming in as null off from the server, I guess. Oh. That's right, okay. Okay, so I actually need to do something different here. We need to do bubble. We need to have like a function that we call that's going to be like get client format for client. Get client formatting. How about that? Get client format, or we'll call it that. And then we'll just return a new object that's going to be what? An ID equals this dot ID, and then we're going to have a R, which is going to equal this dot R. We are going to have position pose, which is going to be this dot pose. We are going to have a color, which is going to be equal this dot color. Okay, so then Yeah, I guess, yeah, I'll fix this. I'll make this better in the future, but for right now, this is fine. So then instead of this dot bubbles, we'll do this dot bubbles dot map bubble, or do b, and we'll do b dot client format, get client format. All right, so that, I don't like doing that, but I don't like doing that as a proper solution, but for right now, that'll do, I think. So let's see if that fixes our issue. So let's start a match here, starting in 3, 2, 1. Nope. Okay, so R is still null. So maybe the radius is not. So I like this for now, but that's still obviously a problem. Now wait a minute here. What is color? Quickly. Color is R, G, B, and H. Okay, so H is, I guess, good for right now. Okay, so R is null. Why is R null? Bubble R. Whoops. R. This dot R equals R. This dot R. Okay, so let's just CLG R. This is on the server. Oops. Not a number, not a number, not a number. Okay, so that's our problem. So I guess, did I maybe not config.match.bubble radius units diff? That might not be a variable. That might not be valid. Okay, so config bubble radius units diff is not a thing. So let's look at, wait a minute. Oh. Max. It's the difference between these two. Bubble radius units. I guess I just need to do bubble radius units diff. It's just going to be bubble radius units dot max minus bubble radius dot units dot min. Right? Or no, wait, it's a number between the min and the max. So it's got to be from 100 to 200. So wouldn't that be, oh, yeah, that is kind of what that bubble radius units diff. Bubble radius, I guess we'll say units diff. Okay. So maybe now, actually, that is all I needed to do. Hey! Wow. Awesome. Yeah. Not bad. Okay, so I need to properly set up those events to quit and everything. But yeah, they're like nice and in sync there. Cool. All right, so there's still a lot of work to do, but at least we got some client stuff working. We've got the bubbles working with our new color generation. We got all that stuff. All that stuff working. So all right, I'm going to grab a little bit of water quick, and then we'll be right back. So hang on just a sec. All right. Okay, so oh, the hues are wrong. Whew. Oh, actually, we don't care about the hue. That's right. We don't care about hues when we play the server game. We play a competitive game. So, oops. I like it. I like it. All right, so we've got a couple other things we need to do here. Well, now, okay. Ooh, actually. Sorry, I'm deep in thought here. Well, not really deep in thought. What I was just thinking was, we need... I was just thinking, I'm going to need like almost like 2 copies of the bubbles for each player. Not 2 copies, but like somehow keeping track of which bubbles are visible. Currently visible for each player. Because again, we're going to be validating all the mouse movements on the server. And so that way, if we fire up a game here with 2 players, okay, something went wrong with that. It's like as each players are going to be seeing different bubbles on screen, not different bubbles. Like they both have the same bubbles. Like obviously we've got player 1 or player 2 here, and they both see the same bubbles. But like which bubbles are currently showing on screen, right? Because if I were to just take this player right here and pop a bunch of bubbles ahead, like the state of each of those bubbles is going to be different for me than for the other player, right? So at least I'm going to need to keep track of like a state of a bubble for a given player, and then a state of another bubble for another player. Because we're going to need to like not, because again, as a player plays, the bubbles are generated on demand. So like if I just refresh here and I do a normal single player game, as I'm popping bubbles, these more, the bubbles that are, it just keeps going. More bubbles just keep getting generated all on the fly, right? So like to start the game, we get 4 bubbles, and then an additional 4 bubbles are created in the background that we don't see yet. But that way, as we play, then more bubbles are getting generated. But what that basically means is that I'm seeing, because 2 players are going at different speeds, so one player might be seeing other bubbles before the other player. But the server is going to keep each bubble in memory as it goes. Well, and whatever player goes ahead of the other player is going to then on demand generate the other bubbles. So like on the server side, there's just going to be one array of bubbles, but I'm going to need to keep track of like the state for each individual player. So like, let's just refresh both of these and then start a competitive game. So, there's an orange bubble. The bubble 0 is orange, the orange one here, right? And then if I pop this bubble first on the server, the server's going to have to like check, okay, was that the bubble that the player was supposed to pop or whatever? Like, you know, I'm going to send the mouse movements and everything to the server. So then player 1 hits orange before this player hits orange. So player 1's going to have the state for that separate state attached to the bubbles. Because I was just thinking before, like maybe should I have 2 separate arrays of bubbles, but that doesn't make sense to do. So like each bubble is going to have like, so there's this traversed, popped, initialized, and I might even come up with another name because this initialized was something I copied from the client. And then popped time. All of these are going to need to be individual state for each player. And it's not good enough to, you know, I just kept these here again because I copied this code over from the client. So yeah, so I'm going to need something that's more like this dot player 1 state equals some object, right? And then that inside of that, there would be like traversed, false, popped, false, initialized, false. And then we'd have basically a duplicate object here for the player 2. Something like that. Whoops. Yeah. And then like when for each player moving, it's going to like check through the array of bubbles to see like which one, because as a mouse moves, we're going to need to check for a collision against a given bubble. And we're only going to want to check collision against bubbles that aren't already popped or aren't already traversed by that given player. So that's kind of what we want there. Something like that. But what I should first probably do is start working on getting the input events fired up to the server. Figure out how I'm going to exactly implement that. So I think I'm going to take another little bathroom break real quick here. And then we'll be back. Be right back. All right, I am back. And I just realized I want to have this popped time. Also being part of something for individual players. And yeah. All right, so one thing I want to do is Oof. Let's see here. We want to do WebSockets wrapper. All right. I'm going to listen for event cursor. What are those events called? Oops. Okay. All our client is here. So player input, we got cursor move. That's the event we are looking for. So we're going to go here. We're going to go cursor move. Wait, cursor moved. Right? Did I keep it? I looked at the wrong thing there. Player input, that's not, this is not the event name. Cursor, oh, cursor. Cursor moved is the event we're doing now, right? Is cursor drag moved even used anymore? Bubble, cursor drag moved. Cursor drag moved, cursor drag moved, cursor drag moved, cursor drag moved, drag moved, drag moved. Who's using cursor moved? Button. Why do I have two? Why do I have a cursor drag moved and a cursor moved events? Because they both fire in the same case. I guess I did that for like, I don't know why I did that. Well, let's just take, yeah, because there's no difference in when one gets fired over the other. I mean, I guess there was the cursor dragging thing, but that's not even a thing anymore because that was, once again, that was part of the old game code, the old game mode. Did I do this because, yeah, and one, for the cursor drag moved, I'm doing the time, I'm passing a timestamp as well. That's for the cursor trail, right? The trail behind the mouse, I think, because I like check how old. If you do, I'm talking about this here, the little trail behind the cursor, I think. I could be wrong, but okay, so I want to look at, let's look at cursor moved, and then yeah, maybe I should clear that up. Yeah, well, I guess all we care about is cursor moved. So let's go to WebSockets wrapper. We're going to listen to cursor moved. And I'm just going to do something kind of ridiculous where I am going to print a bunch of junk to the screen. There's going to be like a million things. We're going to do console.log. We are going to do I guess we'll do, all right, how does this come in? Where are we? Player input. We've got a position. We've got an object that has a position and an x and a position and an x and a y. So I guess we can just destructure this object like that, and we could do x, or I guess we'll just do pose dot x, pose dot y. Okay, this will just make sure that we are actually getting those events. All right, so we've got our x and y. Now you can see those printing at the console, a bajillion of them. That's good. So now, actually, what I want to do is kind of the same thing, but then convert these into units. So we got to import canvas wrapper. Pose.x times, or wait a minute, pixels per unit is what we are doing before. Canvas wrapper dot, did it import? Yes, but I want to do a lowercase c. So canvas wrapper dot what, sizes dot pixels per unit. So we are always multiplying our units times, let me make sure I'm doing this right, because again, math. All right, so if our pixels per unit is 5, actually let's do something smaller, let's do 0.5. So our pixels per unit is 0.5. So we have something that's units, so then we multiply it by 0.5 to get our pixels. Right, because we got something that's 5 units, multiply it by 0.5, and then we get 2.5 pixels. But now we're doing the reverse, so we have 2.5 pixels, so what we're dividing by, 2.5 divided by pixels per unit, right? And that gives us 5 now. That's what I want to do. So we need to do pixels divided by pixels per unit. And that will give us units. So, same thing. Woo! Sorry. I don't know what's going on there. A little itch in the throat. So, we're going to do pose.y divided by pixels per unit as well. And then we want to, yeah, now we got a bunch of numbers that, oh, but then those need to be offset by the center of the screen again. Okay, so so let's look at, we're going to do const units x, and we're going to do this. Plus, and then we're adding in canvas wrapper dot half width. Oops. And then the same exact thing here, except this will be units y, and then y, and then canvas wrapper dot pixels per unit plus half height. Brilliant. And then we will console log. I didn't really want to do that. Units x and units y. Brilliant. Okay. So now, if I refresh, we should just be printing our units. That doesn't look right. Oh, it can't be, it's not plus, it's minus. Right? Let's see if I did this correctly here. Okay, so then, no, that doesn't look right either. Let's look on the game here. So this should be like 1,000. My X value should be at 1,000, but my X value right now is at 3,000, about there. and the y value is at 1,000. The y value should be at 0. Right here should be about 0, 0 in unit space. Maybe I'm just doing this. Maybe I'm just an idiot. That would be our units. Wish I knew math. That'd probably help. Okay, so normally when I'm converting all right, I'm just gonna try this actually. Okay, well let's think about this logically here. We do this. That gives us units. So let's set up a game here. This gives us units, but if I go here, we're still approaching 0, right? So 0, 0 pixels is also 0, 0 units. But what I need to be at is, so if we go here, what is that? Like that's 1,000. Yeah. So here we're like right on a radius. Okay. So this 1,000, where my x value is right now, this 1,000 needs to actually be, yeah, plus half of the width of the canvas. Yeah, that's what it needs to be. Why did that not come out right? Plus canvas wrapper dot half width. That's exactly what that needs to be. Canvas wrapper dot half height. Or those are actual numbers, right? Actual real things. Yeah, so if I do this now, let's see. So we should be, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, that's not right. So if this is 0, 0, we want 0, 0 to be actually out here. Oh, so it needs to be, oh, man. Can I really not do math? This minus, that's got to be what it is. That's got to be what it is. No. All right. All right. Maybe. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I wasn't thinking at all. That's stupid. These are pixels. We've converted to units now. We can't be doing math. We can't be doing pixel math with unit math once we've already converted to unit math. That doesn't make sense. We need to do this. Okay, so this is our problem. We need to do this in parentheses minus this. There we go. And then we need to do this. So I was like right in what I was saying, where I was like, oh yeah, I need to offset it by subtracting or whatever. But I needed to do it. I need to do that with the pixels first to get the correct orientation, then convert to units. Yeah. Okay, so now zeros, yes, exactly. So the center of exactly what we're seeing right here, kind of the center of this circle here should be 0, 0, which happens to be the center of the screen, right? So 0-ish, 0. Whoops, we're like a little too tall there, right? Or no, that's too tall. And then this should be like 1,000, 0, 1,000x 0, right? And then here should, yes, so then here should be Yeah, 0, 1,000, more or less. So again, if you can tell in the console there, I'm showing the top value here is our units in at the X units, and then here's the Y units. So the center, the 0, 0 should be right here. So now that's the data we need to send to the server. The server will use that to figure out whatever we were talking about. Okay. So now that I know that that is right, now this, okay, so this is where, like, it'd be nice to maybe have event listeners get queued up, like, individual at the correct times, because like I don't want the WebSockets wrapper to be listening to the cursor moved events every time, all the time. So we need I need to figure out how I want to conditionally send events to the server. And didn't I do something like that? I did something like that already in the with the drawable, right? Yeah, we've got show and hide methods now. So that lets me pull. Okay, so so what that lets us do for we can hide or show a certain drawable entity, which is anything on the client that has visuals, right? Some text, that's a drawable entity. A button, that's a drawable entity. Well, no, actually, sorry, a circle is a drawable entity, and then a button uses a circle. But like text is a drawable entity. Button, not the button, the circle. The bubbles are circles, which are drawable entities. This play boundary here is a drawable entity. Anything you see on screen is a drawable entity, except for these links and stuff. The links are actual HTML tags that are drawn on top of the canvas. And these are like rectangles here. These are rectangle drawable entities. So with those, I have a show and hide method attached to drawables that can pull off it actually pulls all the event listeners off as well. So that way I could like hide buttons, basically. I could like conditionally show or hide buttons. So like, for example, when you hit the play button to start the game, the play button actually just goes hidden. It doesn't like get destroyed and recreated when you go back to the main menu. It just gets hidden. And when it's hidden, that way it's not listening for mouse move events. Because right now it's listening to a mouse move event. When my cursor just happens to go over the button, whoop, there you go, right? Just happens to go inside the distance between the cursor and the center of the button is less than the radius of the button, then it goes like that, right? So that yeah, I added the show hide methods to do that sort of thing for buttons specifically. And I believe bubbles use it too for something, if I'm not mistaken. But I need something where I could like more conditionally add a event listener, like a single event listener or not. So like our WebSockets wrapper shouldn't always be listening to cursor moved events. Like it should. And I'm trying to think of like a good way to do that without. I just thought of something kind of cool. It'd be cool maybe if I had like a property I could attach to the event listener. So I could be maybe something like, if I had like const event listeners equals an array. And this is what I basically have right now. We have event, cursor moved. And then we've got a listener property. And then that's a function. And then we've got maybe like a defer. And that'd be like a Boolean. And we could do like true. Is that how you spell defer? It's defer. Defer. Yeah, it's one R when you say defer, but if you have deferral or deferment. Okay, so it's defer. So maybe I could like have a. So right now this is the event listeners is an array that's on. So I'm just doing this little sample in a little blank file here. But in an entity in my engine has a property called event listeners, and it's an array of anonymous objects that follow this format here, where it's got an event property, and that's the string name of the event, and a listener property that is a method that will get called, a function, an anonymous function that will get called. Well, it doesn't have to be an anonymous function. You could declare some other function up here and then put that there, whatever. But a lot of times you just end up doing a little anonymous arrow function like that. So you could do that, and basically it'd be cool like if I could maybe set defer true, and then when the event listener gets initialized, when the entity gets initialized, when you call .init on an entity, it registers all these the event listeners here with the global event emitter object. But what I could maybe do is like it could have like this check defer true, and it could like ignore it for the time being. And then like maybe there'd be another way I could do something, and then it would otherwise like defer false, or like somehow it could like push off. It could say like, okay, well, I'm not gonna add this event listener at initialization time. It could like just wait till something happens. But I don't know how. Then there'd have to be like some other way to like say add it. But I could also just do something completely separate where like I just pass an event listener in on demand and then pull it out on demand. Since the WebSockets wrapper is a singleton that never gets destroyed, like I don't need like special destruct thing to happen. Like, okay, so I could have like a cursor moved listener object or function here. So we let's say this dot cursor moved listener, and that would basically be this. So that would be just our listener function. And then what I could do instead of this, because again, this is our event listeners array. That is a array that the entity, when entity.init is called, so this WebSockets wrapper is an entity. It extends entity. So by having this event listeners array here in our constructor of our WebSockets wrapper, when .init is called, all of these event listeners get set up with the global event emitter object. But now I'm saying like, okay, what if we have this cursor moved listener that's kind of special, kind of separate? It doesn't go in this array of event listeners. And then it has, we add this to the global event emitter kind of on the fly. So I could have like, you know, whatever, something happened kind of thing. And then that's a method here that gets called. And then we do event emitter dot on, and then here's where we actually set up the on, or we set up the cursor moved, and then we pass in this dot cursor moved listener. So like we do that, and then like, I guess that would be like when match started. This would be like match started or something, and then we start listening to cursor moved events, and then basically the same thing happens when match ended. We do then event emitter dot off cursor moved, and then we do basically just that same thing. So my event emitter thing here follows, I kind of followed the pattern of like Node.js's event emitters. Like, so if you start an event emitter, if you use a Node.js event emitter, it's got an on, or if you instantiate an event emitter, it's got an on method, and you do this kind of same exact thing. You say the string of the event name, and then you pass the function that you want to fire. And then same thing if you do off. And I have no idea how that actually works in the background, but I just followed kind of basically what you can do with that. Except I just have one single global event emitter that does everything, that controls all the game objects, game events, I should say. So yeah, just like with this, I think that's just basically, you can see it here, how that works with the WebSockets thing here. So this WebSocket, I guess, is an emitter, an event emitter on a Node.js event emitter. And then I'm saying ws.on pong, then here's a function that I want to run when pong occurs. The pong event fires over the WS, over the WebSocket. So anyway, I hear like a little ladybug hitting the light up there. All right, so now this actually Oh, look at that. To do. Think more about if this is a good idea. I like that. I like that kind of to do. Think harder next time, Jared. Put more effort into this. It's basically what I'm telling myself by doing that. So actually, now that I'm seeing this is kind of curious. I didn't think about this. Here I have like a flag that I set on our WebSockets wrapper that's practice match. And I don't think I actually even... Do I actually use this? Let's check. So that would be in application, I guess. WebSockets wrapper. Ah, look at that. So maybe that's actually the solution. So we set a flag on the WebSockets wrapper whether or not we're in a practice match or not. And then that just... So then what we would do, I guess, would be we go back to what we were doing. We go back to this cursor moved. But then we do just an if in here. We just do if not this dot practice match. Right, so only if we're not in a practice match, then we parse the input, and then eventually we'd send it off to the server. So then we do this dot socket dot send the data. That's not the data. That's me just typing random keys because I don't actually know what's going to go there yet. That might actually be better. And I know like it'd be better maybe to not even hit that function, but have this event listener getting fired every mouse movement. But I feel like, you know, we're just doing one little Boolean check there. Then we're doing this Boolean check every time there is actually a practice match. Not like that's really going to kill us. Well, let's roll with this for now so I don't have to come up with some fancy schmancy solution. We'll do this for now, and I'll keep my to-do here. Think more about if this is a good idea. That's a great to-do. Think harder next time. Okay, so maybe I don't want to say practice match. Maybe I want to say like in this dot currently in match. I guess we'll say that. We'll call it, instead of practice match, we'll call this currently in match. Currently in match. Currently. How do I say kind of like a state kind of sound, like playing or something? Okay, currently in match. Yeah, I guess we'll say let's just make this, I guess, playing. We'll just say playing. And this cursor drag stopped. That's not a thing anymore. So I'm gonna get rid of that. This dot playing. So we're gonna say if we're playing. So every time the cursor mouse moves. So then in our, oh, I can close this. So in our application, okay, so in the application, we are setting, okay, so I have this match started event, which is kind of going away now. Okay, so marathon countdown started. So basically, marathon started, we're going to do WebSockets wrapper dot. Okay, so we're going to pass this. So only when we start a marathon and when we have, we're gonna go this dot WebSockets wrapper dot playing equals that. So if bubbles is null, then it'll be false. If bubbles is something, it'll be true. And then anytime, I guess anytime we end the marathon, anytime the marathon ends, because this could either come from the server, from anything else, we're always going to set WebSockets wrapper.playing to false then. So only if this is a competitive match are we going to go set this to playing. And only if, yeah, we can just do this. Always going to set that to false. All right, so let's try that real quick then. We're going to refresh. We're going to do this and this. Okay, something broke. Cannot set property playing of undefined application.js 70. WebSockets wrapper. That's something now. This dot WebSockets wrapper. Oh. Oh, it isn't this. There is no this. That's right. WebSockets wrapper is a global. Or we're importing the singleton. That's what I wanted to say. All right, so let's get the other thing going here. So we'll do, there we go. So now that we're in the game, there we go. We're printing our events. Otherwise, we're not doing anything, right? So only once we start the competitive game then. Sweet. Sweet. Okay. So that's looking pretty good. Now, the next thing is just going to be also listening to cursor down events on the WebSockets wrapper. So we're going to be listening to cursor moved and cursor down. So event cursor down. That's not the name of it, is it? Yeah, it is. Cursor down and cursor up. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yes, that's what we need. Cursor down. And we get a position, right? From the cursor down. Yes. Oh. Cursor down is just going to be this. Pose. Right? Right. And then we're doing a function here, a listener. And then we're going to also do if this dot playing. Oh. Then we're going to console.log pose. And this pose also needs to be converted into units. Okay, so let's go here, and let's refresh. Start 2 new online games here. Cool. Cool. All right. So then that's good. We just need to convert. Can I put that in the helper then? We could put that in the helper, I guess. We'll do helper. Can I do that? Import helper from. Oh, wait, no, that's not what I want. Canvas wrapper from canvas wrapper.js. And then we can have a little function here called static pixels to units. And we're going to have the pixels. And then it's just simply going to be going to be return this, but then this will be just pix. So pix minus canvas wrapper dot blah 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 blah, and then that. Oh no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Position. Okay, it's the helper will have to be. Let's see, helper, where's our helper? So the helper will have to be pixel pose 2 units. So pose pix will have to be return x will be posepix.x, posepix.x, and then we would have y, which would be y, and then this would be half height. Brilliant. Pixel pose 2 units. So then we can import helper from helper.js, and we can do const units equals helper dot pixel pose 2 units, and then we can pass the position in, and then we should just be able to do that. We'll see if that works. That looks good. Okay, cool. So we can get rid of all that junk. And then the same thing goes for this. And I'm actually just gonna okay, that's not right. Something's not right there. Wait a minute. No, that's not right at all. Oh. That's why. Okay. There we go. Make sure this is good. There we go. Yes. And then this should be like kind of close to 0. Whatever. Okay. Brilliant. Now, the one thing I'm a little... Okay, so it's 1,000 units. So there's more units. There's almost always going to be more units than pixels. And especially if we switch to like a unit system of... I mean, I guess for right now, doing everything this way, I should be fine. So once the game starts, all right, so we need to come up with a new command that we're going to send to the server. So we've got WebSockets wrapper. So basically we got cursor moved, cursor down, and I guess we need to do cursor up. Let me look at how I handle the button pops right now. So so I do cursor down. All right. Okay. There's no last bubble anymore. If the player pops the last bubble. All right, let's try just something kind of cool here, I guess. Let's look at, so on the client, I guess we'll do we will do Actually, let's just send cursor down first, and let's just see how this works. So we'll do socket, this dot socket, that's not what I wanted, socket dot send, and then our, what are we going to do, JSON dot stringify, and we're going to pass an object. And what do? We do request, and then the request is going to be called cursor down, I guess. And then we'll do, the data is just going to be the units. Do pose, and that'll be units. Okay. So that will be the unit position that the server wants. Okay, and now on the server, I'm going to listen to let's see, case, cursor drag stop, that's not going to be a thing anymore. Ooh, actually that might be a thing. I don't know. We'll see here. Case, cursor down. Now, let's see. I guess we'll do player if player.match like we've been doing. Actually, okay, we'll do this. Player.match dot player cursor down, I guess. I don't know. We'll just call it that for right now. We'll pass the player, and then we'll pass the message dot pose. So then we go to match, and then we go to what? We're going to have a player cursor down, and we're going to have the player, and we are going to have the pose. So then I guess what I'll just do for right now is do a for each this dot bubbles dot for each. I was thinking out loud here, or we'll just do b, and then we're gonna do b dot check hit anonymous function. Oh, can do check hit, right? And then the position. Okay, so we can do, I guess I have to do this. If we can do if this, then we'll do that, and we'll do, yeah, I guess I'll just leave that for right now. I just want to make sure that this is working. So if we have a check it, CLG player hit bubble player, I'll do this. Player hit bubble b.id. All right, so now we should be checking if the player actually hits that bubble. So now if I, oh, and this is going to be in the server here, so I'm going to go terminal, and I don't know what those numbers are there. So we should see now that if I hit the space bar or click, player hit bubble 1, player hit bubble 7. Cool. Okay, so bubble 7 happens to be in that same spot. So that's why we were getting that. But that we're getting the correct positions now. So player hit bubble 1. That's cool. The thing is, we're not checking all the bubbles yet, if they've been initialized or not. So that's something. That's why I was getting that player hit bubble 7 and bubble 1 simultaneously, because bubble 7, I guess, overlapped with bubble 1 in that case. So yeah, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right. Well, I think I'm going to shut the stream down for now. We've got some pretty cool stuff so far. But my wife's going to be home soon, and then I think we're going to be heading out to vote once she gets home. So I'm going to shut things down for now. But what we've got is looking pretty good so far. I mean, we've got multiplayer matches sending. I mean, we've got a long way to go, but we at least have like 2 players can at least kick off that, hey, I want to play a competitive match, and they do, and the server generates some bubbles, and they show up on screen on both players, right? So now I'm just working on sending input data back to the server. And once we do that, once we get that all kind of complete, yeah, we'll be well on our way. So, once again, anybody out there listening, you can play the game right now. Populus.gg is the website. I'll throw it in the chat again for good measure, even though I think everyone in the chat is just, I don't know who's all in the chat right now. But there it is, Populus.gg. You can play it now. The tutorial is live. So if you play, you can launch the tutorial, and if you haven't played the game before yet, you can try the tutorial out, see how it works for you. But yeah, I stream currently Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, Chicago time. I would like to try to start streaming Thursday nights. That's going to be kind of the plan, or at least I'm going to start kind of spending some time on Thursday nights working on the game. So by Thursday night, I mean probably maybe in a couple hours from now, but on a Thursday. So maybe that would be probably 5 or 6 p.m., 5-ish to 6 p.m.-ish Central Standard Time on Thursday nights. So nothing official on that yet. I know I said I was going to do that last week, but ended up not, just because I had some crazy stuff going on quick before going out of town for the weekend, this past weekend. But we'll see if we can get online Thursday night with a stream, and I think that would be pretty cool. But yeah, for now, multiplayer it's coming along. So I'm feeling pretty good about it so far. And I really do want to keep working on it. And I'll probably get quite a bit done before otherwise next Monday's stream. So, but yeah, I think that's it for now. So we'll see you guys next time. So thanks for watching, and as always, have a good night. Ta-ta for now.